Good morning and welcome to San Diego's beautiful Mission Bay Park, where you are going to be involved in the 44th annual San Diego Crew Classic. We are not only on the grounds here, but also on the World Wide Web. And if you are in a cold weather area, we're going to make you feel rotten right now because our temperature is hovering just a little bit below 60 degrees with a beautiful, beautiful clear sky today and very calm winds. We had high winds in Southern California over the last couple of days. Fortunately, we dodged the bullet, so to speak, yesterday, and then had an opportunity to have another gorgeous, beautiful day today in San Diego's Mission Bay Park. We are getting ready for the first of numerous races today, and we'll be starting with the Women's High School Novice 8 with their final rundown. And looking at the lane assignments quickly, we have Marina Aquatic Center in lane number 1. Oakland Strokes will be coming out of lane number 2. A group called Seabase in lane number 3. Newport in lane 4. Marin will be in lane number 5. Sammamish will be coming out of lane number 6. And we also have lanes 7 and 8 occupied in this final. And that will be San Diego in lane 7. And Xavier Prep will be coming out of lane number 8. Now, the Providence willing and the wind not coming up, we will be having the first 500 to 1,000 meters indicated as a progress from the water level, and then on the finish line we'll be picking it up from about 1,000 meters and carrying it on in. The crews are at the stake boats, and for those of you not in the area, our stake boats are stationed along the sky ride stanchions of SeaWorld Park in San Diego. They have very graciously allowed us to do that over numerous years, and we have a great deal of volunteers down there holding the boats and the crews in as they back in and get ready to go down our 2,000-meter course. There are a couple of places that are a little strong for the novices especially, and that would be especially under the Ingraham Street Bridge. It is the second bridge that the crews traverse as they go down the 2,000-meter course, and underneath the bridge there is no protection, obviously, and at times we do refer to that as the wind tunnel. The crews are underway.
Seabase once again, your race leader. Black hull, black shirts, black blades by about 4 seats. The second place position is up for grabs between lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center, the Seabase, and the Aquatic Center. So we're coming up to the 500-meter mark. Things are kind of separating now. Once again, in lane 3, your race leader, Seabase, by about 6 seats over Marina Aquatic Center. Third position goes to the Oakland Strokes. Then it's the Newport Aquatic Center. Then we come back to Sammamish, San Diego, and Xavier Prep. Crews now in their race pace mode. Rhythm and length is the key. And Marina Aquatic Center is pushing back into the Seabase lead, as is the Oakland Strokes. Fourth position is owned by the Newport Aquatic Center. Then it's Marin, then Sammamish. San Diego and Xavier have quite a race for 7th and 8th. 750 meters down now, a big push is being made in lane 1 by the Marina Aquatic Center. Almost coming up level with the early leader, Seabase. Big push, big finish with that outside hand, and in fact they now are in the lead. Oakland Strokes also putting on a big move here, trying to take over that second position. But as we approach the 1,000-meter mark, it's now going to be Marina Aquatic Center in lane 1. Then quite the battle for the second position between Seabase, who is 2 seats up on the Oakland Strokes. Newport Aquatic Center is in a comfortable, if I can say that, position for 4th. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Sammamish, Marin, San Diego, and Xavier Prep. Wow, lane 1's now really starting to put the hammer to it. They've opened up an 8-seat advantage over Seabase, who has a 2-seat advantage over the 3rd place crew from the Oakland Strokes. Newport Aquatic Center still has overlap for that 4th position, and then things start to spread out.
1,000 meters of our race here and 1,000 to go. Checking lane assignments once again. Marina in lane number 1, Oakland Strokes in 2. Seabase in 3, Newport in 4, Marin in 5, Sammamish in 6, San Diego in 7th lane, and Xavier is out in the 8th lane. A real battle in the beginning between Seabase in lane 3 and Marina in lane 1 has now shaken out a little bit, where Marina has the edge. Seabase continues to hang in there, and keeping a shadow on the leading 2 would be Oakland Strokes. Seabase beginning to bear out into the lane number 4. Hopefully they will not get into the lane, because it is a real challenge to hit those oars, as now the lane 4 Newport is beginning to bear back out, and of course that lengthens their road down our 2,000 meter course. On the far outside, Sammamish beginning to push ahead, and not ahead of the whole pack, but they have moved into 4th position and beginning to look at the leaders as they come through the Ingraham Street Bridge. The outer lanes do suffer a little bit more on the wind side. As you can see, the surface a little bit rougher out there, as lanes 1, 2, and 3 enter into a rather calm area as they come past the bridge area. Still on the lead is Marina on the shoreline side. Then Seabase is continuing to try to continue that fight that they had earlier in second spot, but Oakland Strokes is certainly not going away. Then comes Newport, with Sammamish coming hard on the outside, the other Marin crew, San Diego and Xavier. Nearing 100 meters to go. It is Marina continuing to press ahead. Some open water back to Seabase. The 2 of those really had a bug tussle in the early going, but Marina has gotten the edge here as they come inside 100 meters. Seabase, Oakland Strokes, outside to Newport, way outside to Sammamish, then Marin, San Diego, and Xavier. This is the first race of several today. This is a final for the high schoolers. Open water now for Marina. Seabase is trying to fight off Oakland Strokes, but Oakland Strokes is coming on strong here in the last 100 meters and has nosed ever so slightly in front. Then Newport outside to Sammamish. Then Marin, San Diego, and Xavier. Coming down to the finish line. Unless something drastic happens, it'll be Marina, but now extremely tight race. Watch for second. Oakland Strokes along the shoreline, holding off Seabase as they come to the line. It is Marina. Oakland Strokes by about a half a bow length. Still coming on strong. Oakland Strokes a half a bow length winner over Seabase. Then Newport outside to Sammamish, Marin, San Diego, and Xavier in that unofficial order. The winner, Marina, after a very heated battle in the early going with Seabase. Seabase fell back to third as they came across the finish line, with Oakland Strokes putting on a powerful finish. Next up will be the men's high school novice. It'll be the final. Oakland Strokes is in lane number 1. Newport in lane 2. San Diego in lane 3. Sammamish will be operating out of lane 4. Seabase this time in lane 5. Marina Aquatic Center will be moving along in lane 6. And 7 and 8 will be Long Beach Juniors and the Oars group in lane number 8.
Two more lanes to Sammamish. They occupy that second spot. Then it's Oakland Strokes in third. That being said, the boat closest to us, Oars, is in the hunt. Crews now establishing their rhythm at race pace, lengthening out the strokes, trying to get as much run per push of the legs down. Crews now approaching the 500-meter mark. Newport Aquatic Center is your race leader by about a half a boat over Oars, who is in lane 8. It's Aquatic Center. Actually, it's Oakland Strokes in that second position. Then Sammamish, then Oars, and then quite the battle for positions 5 through 8. Take a stroke rating here and see what that Aquatic Center crew is rowing. At 35.5 strokes per minute. Things start to open up now with the Aquatic Center having a 6, maybe 7 seat lead over the Oakland Strokes in lane 1. Quite a battle for that third position between the crew in lane 8, Oars, the crew in lane 4, that's Sammamish, and also San Diego. 750 meters in, it continues to be the Aquatic Center, your race leader. Strokes making a big push right now, trying to put some pressure on that lead crew. Very impressive is the crew closest to us here in the broadcasting launch is the Oars. They're right in front of us, and they're challenging for that second position, which is currently being held by the Oakland Strokes. Crews now approach the halfway point, 1,000 meters. Newport Aquatic Center now with a 10-seat advantage over Oakland Strokes. Third position is owned by lane 8, Oars, then Sammamish in that fourth spot. Then it's San Diego in fifth. Marina Aquatic Center. Then the Long Beach Juniors. But the Aquatic Center is not failing to the pressure being put right down to them by the boat right next to them in lane 1. But the Strokes now putting on a mood.
Coming past the 1,000-meter mark and beginning to move into the Ingram Street area, where the wind has been a bit of a problem, but nothing like it has been in past years. Checking our lane assignments, Oakland Strokes in lane number 1, Newport in 2, San Diego is rolling out of 3, Sammamish in lane number 4, Seabase, Marina in 6, in 7, Long Beach Juniors, and in 8, OAR. Newport continuing to be on the move, but they are in a tight battle with Oakland Strokes at the front of our grouping. Give a slight edge to Newport at the moment. Then we go back to Sammamish and San Diego. And the trailing boats right now, Long Beach Juniors, OAR, Marina, and Seabase. Still on the lead, inside 500 meters to go, is Newport, ever so slightly over Oakland Strokes. Then there is Open Water back to Sammamish and San Diego. On the far outside, Oakland, OAR, beginning to make a move. Might be a little too late, but we'll see how much staying power they have. This is the men's Novice 8 final. Newport continues to lead it. They are in lane 2, white jerseys, white shell. Along the shoreline, the Oakland Strokes. But way outside, OAR is beginning to make their presence known. There's some Open Water back to, check that, to Sammamish and San Diego. Then comes Seabase, Marina, and Long Beach Juniors. Coming down to the wire, Newport continues to hang on, a furious challenge being put forth by Oakland Strokes. But unless something radical happens, it looks like Newport will pick it up. As they come to the finish line, it's about a 6-seat lead for Newport. Oakland Strokes comes in second, way to the outside, and trailing for quite a bit of the race is OAR, putting on a very game row. But now an extremely tight race between San Diego on the near side and Sammamish on the outside for fourth place. It is right down to the wire, and it looks like San Diego may have just gotten a bow marker in front. That one will be too close to call. Then comes Seabase outside to Marina and the Long Beach Juniors. Well, clearly a winner for first place, Newport unofficially, then Oakland Strokes, but a fantastic final run row between San Diego and Sammamish. Looks like unofficially San Diego just got a bow marker in front of it. Next up will be the men's high school varsity eights. Oklahoma City, Sarah, Pocock, Mercer, Saugatuck, and Sammamish in the lane order from 1 to 6.
All right, now on the screen is event number 69, men's high school varsity 8 petite final. All crews pass the breakage point at 100 meters. Very exciting boat race. Not more than 4 seats separate all 6 crews. Crossing the 250 meter mark, your race leader in lane 3, the Pocock group. And then too close to call for second, third, fourth. Fifth and sixth is Sammamish, not by much. Crews starting to get into that rhythm. You know, one of the oarsmen screaming something. I think he wants more. Just makes them tired. PNRA starting to push into the Pocock lead in lane number 4. Inside crew OKC is right in there battling for that second position. Falling back slightly in lane 2 is Winipro Sura. 500 meters gone, and now in fact it is PNRA, your race leader by 2 seats, followed by Pocock. Then it's OKC, and then Winipro Sura is in that 4th spot, followed by lane 5, and then Sammamish in lane 6. All crews now trying to break the other by making some power moves as we approach the 750 meter mark. But still in lane 4, by about a half a boat is PNRA Mercer. Second position is still OKC over there in lane 1. Then Pocock's holding on to that third spot, but being pushed by Winifro Serra. Quite the battle now for 5th and 6th spots between lane 5 and lane 6. Let's see what sort of rating we have here. Once again, this is the high school varsity 8 petite final. Big push being made by PNRA Mercer, and they've opened things up at the 1,000-meter mark to an 8-seat advantage. The orange boat inside, OKC, still has a solid second position. Pocock owns that third spot. Now Sammamish out here in lane 6 is putting the pedal down, wanting to step up on the podium for this petite final race. PNRA is your race leader.
Coming through 1,000 meters, we are watching the men's high school varsity petite final. These would be the crews that finished in the lower echelon of their preliminary races, but it's still very important to these crews. And right now, our lane assignments are Oklahoma City in lane 1, Junipero Serra High School in lane number 2. Lane 3 is Pocock. Mercer is in lane 4. Saugatuck in lane 5, and Sammamish is moving out of lane number 6, and the consistent leaders throughout has been Oklahoma City. They have been pressed out of lane number 3 by Pocock, and Mercer out in lane number 4. Mercer and Pocock will give the nod to Mercer at the moment, Pocock, and then to the outside Sammamish, and then Saugatuck. Serra trying to hang in there in the middle of the first 4, as right now we have Oklahoma City outside to Mercer, then to Pocock, with Serra putting on a charge here just inside the 1,000-meter mark. All the way outside, Sammamish trying to push themselves into contention, and Saugatuck is trailing. About 150 meters to go. It continues to be Oklahoma City. They are still shadowed in lane number 4 by Mercer, then Pocock, Serra, outside to Sammamish, and Saugatuck. The boys' high school petite final here. And along the shoreline, this is Oklahoma City, but now they're really being pressed by Mercer in lane number 4. Oak City along the shoreline. Mercer out in lane number 4. Poking their nose in there is Pocock in lane 3, followed by Serra, but on the outside, Sammamish beginning to make a run. Saugatuck is the only crew that is trailing. Most crews are relatively in touch with each other, but Oklahoma City has the better of it coming down the shoreline in the red shell and the white jerseys, really picking it up to try to hang in there. Mercer charging on the outside. Sammamish trying to make a battle out of it. Pocock and then Serra and Saugatuck at the wire, very close on the shoreline. Oklahoma City may have gotten a bow marker in there with a furious charge from Mercer in the last 100 meters. Then Pocock and Sammamish got up on the outside. Serra and Saugatuck, whoever had their blades in the water at the last there, and I believe it was Oklahoma City, but the officials will take a long look at it. Mercer with a furious charge in about the last 100 meters. Next up will be the women's high school varsity, the Gilman Milliken Cup. This is their petite final. In lane number 1, Long Beach. Sammamish in lane 2. San Diego comes out of lane 3. Capital will be working out of lane number 4, NoCal in lane 5. Pocock is in lane 6, and lane 7 is occupied by Los Gatos, with lane number 8 handled by River City.
Crew at San Diego, who is the race leader at 250 meters. But all crews within 4 or 5 seats of one another. Spectacular racing here with these high school women athletes. Now in lane 4, Capital Crew is giving Sammamish a bit of a push for that lead. San Diego is also right in there. Lane 7 isn't out of it either. Los Gatos is here. In fact, everybody is still overlapped as we approach the 500-meter mark. But it's NorCal at 500 meters by about 3 seats over Sammamish, San Diego. Too close to call, positions 5 through 8. Very good boat racing. Once again, as these athletes go into their race pace mode, establishing length and rhythm, you can usually tell those that are in better shape as they start to push further and further ahead. And that's the case right now for the Capital Crew. Coming up to the 750 mark, Capital striking the water at 36 strokes per minute. A very intense battle for positions 2 through 5, with no more than 4 seats separating all of those crews. San Diego seems to hold that spot right now in second, and then it's Sammamish in third. Fourth, you come out here to lane 6, and that's Pocock. Then go back inside the Long Beach Juniors, and then the race for the final 3 positions is up in the air. River City is just a bit off the pace out here in lane 8. Crews now approach the 1,000-meter mark, the halfway point. And Capital now, their coxswain sitting even with the bow of the San Diego crew to their port. She just looked over, probably calling for a move here, trying to break the spirit of the crew in second place. So at the 1,000, it's Capital, San Diego, Sammamish, then inside to Long Beach, then out here to Pocock. The final 3 spots just too close to call.
We're watching the Girls High School Varsity, this is their petite, check that, this is the petite final. It is the Gilman Milliken Cup, and lane assignments right now, Long Beach in 1, Sammamish in 2, San Diego in 3, Capital is in lane number 4, NorCal 5, Pocock 6, lane number 7 is occupied by Los Gatos, and River City is in lane number 8. And on the lead in lane number 4, at least through the first 1,000 meters, has been Capital. They are being shaded all along as most of the crews are not completely out of touch, even through the first 1,000 meters as they approach 1,750 into this race right now. It is Capital, and then it's very close between San Diego Sammamish and Long Beach Juniors, then back outside to Pocock, and then very tight between NorCal, Los Gatos, and River City, the crews on the far outside. The only crew right now through 1,000 meters that has kind of lost touch would be on the outside River City. Capital continuing to demonstrate their dominance here in the early going with the lead in the 4th lane, and then to their shore side shoulder, it is San Diego Sammamish, the Long Beach Juniors, beginning to fall back somewhat. Pocock has tried to push themselves back into contention with NorCal, Los Gatos, and then River City. 500 meters to go in our 2,000-meter course here at beautiful San Diego Mission Bay. Cruising down the eastern shoreline of Crown Point Shores in the Bay Area, and Capital continuing to lengthen their lead. Now it appears that they have open water. Outside it, or rather their inside shoulder, would be San Diego, with Sammamish putting on a push here to try to get back into it with Long Beach, and then to the far outside, Pocock has decided they want a part of this, and they have moved up. NorCal trailing, and River City with Los Gatos in about the 7th position. As they come down to the wire, it continues to be Capital. They were being pressed mightily at the 500-meter mark, but they have slowly and steadily moved ahead as they have come down to the finish line. It is Capital with some open water back to San Diego. Then comes Sammamish on the far outside. It's Pocock challenging Long Beach on the inside. Then it comes Los Gatos, NorCal, and River City. This is Capital on the lead. And unless something drastic happens in the last 50 meters, it looks like they're going to carry it. San Diego, Sammamish, Long Beach, outside to Pocock, Los Gatos, NorCal, and River City. Unofficial winner, Capital, open water, about a half a boat length. Then comes San Diego, 4 seats up on Sammamish. On the outside, very close with Pocock coming in there. Long Beach Juniors along the shoreline. Then outside with NorCal making a rush at Los Gatos, but it looks like they won't push in. So Los Gatos, NorCal, and River City. The unofficial winner in this petite final is Capital. Then San Diego, very close between Sammamish and Pocock. Long Beach Juniors, followed by Los Gatos, NorCal, and River City. Getting ready at the other end of the course for the men's lightweight. This is the Shimano Rowing Dynamics Cup Petite Final with Seabase in lane number 1, Saugatuck in lane 2, Long Beach Juniors in lane number 3, and San Diego in lane number 4.
All right. We had a Long Beach crew that was trying to make to the start of this race, going the wrong direction, and obviously they did not make the start. So this is event number 71, the men's high school lightweight petite final. And your race leader in lane 1 is the Seabase, followed by Saugatuck in lane 2. Long Beach Juniors is a scratch, and then San Diego's in that third position. Crews are approaching the 500-meter mark, and Seabase has 1 boat length advantage over the second place crew, Saugatuck, and then San Diego is 1 boat length astern of them. Seabase taking the power strokes here at 500, have now opened some water. Great length for these lighter, stronger athletes. They've got about 10-15 feet of open water. Saugatuck trying to respond and is holding off San Diego, but there's just a bit of daylight between the sterns of the lead boat to the second place crew, and the second place crew, the third place crew. Speed relatively the same. However, Seabase now making another move as we approach the 750 meter mark. And in fact, they've opened up a half a boat length of open water. Seabase at 36.5 strokes per minute at the 750 mark. Now with close to a full boat length of open water over that second place Saugatuck crew. San Diego won't go away for that third position, trying to get an overlap back on that second place crew. But truly the class of this field is now a boat length and a half of open water ahead as we approach the halfway point of the 1,000 meters. Seabase continues to strike the water at 36.5 strokes per minute. They're bow now crossing the 1,000 meter mark, keeping that 2 boat length of open advantage over Saugatuck, now crossing the 1,000 meter mark, who has about a quarter boat length of open water over San Diego.
Our cruise through 1,000 meters here and giving quick lane assignments. Seabase is in lane 1, Saugatuck in lane 2. Long Beach Juniors did not respond to the starting gate, so we have lane 3 unoccupied, and San Diego is out in lane number 4. And as it has been almost from the start, Seabase is on the lead. Saugatuck open water back, and San Diego open water back still farther. As the crews hold their current positions, we would invite the folks here on the grounds to stop by and enjoy some of the vendors' displays throughout the area. Also, we have a couple of food trucks on the opposite end from the Jumbotron. There is a coffee outlet that is down towards the restroom facilities. So any one of those items would be very interesting for you to stop by and enjoy and see what's going on and show your support economically for the San Diego Crew Classic. Along the shoreline, Seabase, followed by Saugatuck and San Diego. Little or nothing has changed throughout, although San Diego has begun to pick up the pace a little bit to see if they can close down some of the gap that they've created behind Saugatuck. But Seabase along the shoreline continues to be the leader. If you are with us along the web, we'd certainly invite you to mark on your calendar next year, right around the end of March, first part of April, a trip to San Diego to enjoy this beautiful spectacle that's been going on for 44 years here. Not always on this particular location. A couple of times we had to be over in the West Bay. But for many years we've been right along here from SeaWorld in the south, along the eastern part of Crown Point, to a finish line 2,000 meters to the north of SeaWorld. This is Sea Breeze with a comfortable breeze. Open water back to Saugatuck and a little bit of open water back to San Diego. Nice strong roll by Sea Base rather. About 3 boat lengths of open water back to Saugatuck. And a comparable amount of open water back to San Diego as across the finish line with the unofficial winner, Sea Base. Saugatuck and San Diego are still on the row. Next up, the boys high school lightweight 8, the Shimano Rowing Dynamics Cup final. Beelan Jesuit in lane number 1, Newport in lane 2. Capital will be working out of lane number 3, NoCal, occupying lane 4. Lane 5 is Marin. Marine Aquatic Center in lane 6. Lane 7 is Oakland Strokes. And Long Beach Juniors will be working out of lane number 8. Coming up, the Dynamics Cup Grand Final. I didn't hear it. What? Yes. We'd like to welcome you to the 44th Annual San Diego Crew Classic and invite you to stop by the merchandise tent areas. Every year we have a new logo on the material from the Crew Classic, so if you're starting your collection or adding to it, stop by the merchandise tent. N&D Sports has stocked all of the latest and greatest in Crew Classic gear. Another one of our fine sponsors is Sharp Hospital, and they'd like to have you reach your health goals. You can do that through the Cushman Wellness Center. Find out more about it by visiting sharp.com/Cushman. San Diego Crew Classic would like to thank the Newport Aquatic Center. They have been providing the stillwater vessels for the regatta and have been an integral part of this regatta throughout the years. And the Classic would like to thank the David C. Copley Foundation for their continued support of rowing in general and this event in particular, the David C. Copley Foundation. Suja is an integral sponsor, and they are here to keep our volunteers hydrated. Suja was founded by San Diegans and is now the fastest growing organic, cold-pressured, and non-GMO beverage company in the United States. Suja. At the stake boats and getting ready to come down the 2,000-meter course here, the boys high school lightweight grand final. This is the the rowing dynamics cup. Beelan Jesuit is in lane number 1. Lane 2 is Newport. Capital is moving out of lane number 3. NoCal is occupying lane 4. Lane 5 is being handled by Marina Aquatic Center in lane 6. And then out in lane 7 and 8, Oakland Strokes in 7 and the Long Beach Juniors in 8. Tell her I've got to find it yet. Got it. This race is being sponsored by the Shimano Rowing Dynamics. It's their cup, and they would like to mention that they are combining with the use of rigid sole shoes and a pivoting foot stretcher to improve power transfer for rowers. That would be the Shimano Rowing Dynamics, and they have a very interesting shoe design you might want to check out. Rigid sole shoe and a pivoting foot stretcher to improve power transfer for rowers. The Shimano Rowing Dynamics.
They're still on that racing start cadence, usually up in the 40 range at 250 meters. Then you'll see a big shift as they shift down anywhere from 6 to 10 beats, usually around, particularly for lightweights, 36, 37 strokes per minute. The crew that's pushed their bow out first is Marin in lane 5. Second position is owned by lane number 1, Bell and Jesuit. And then in lane 3, the Capital crew. Quite a battle from positions there on back, and all crews are overlapped. Marin making a big push here as we pass the 500-meter mark. Quite a battle between their crew in lane 5 and the crew in lane 1. That's Bell and Jesuit. NorCal's not being affected. They're trying to hold on to that third spot. I can hear the Marin coxswain calling for a power 10 as lane 1 now has the lead. Bell and Jesuit, it's the 750. Then out here in lane 6, the Marina Aquatic Center is in that 5th spot. But the crew in lane seems to be rowing very full, very precise. You can see them really with a strong outboard hand finish, and that's leveraging that crew ahead now by about 6, maybe even 7, maybe even 8 seats. Take a stroke check as we approach the halfway point. Very solid 34.5, 35 strokes per minute as Bell and Jesuit crosses the 1,000-meter first, followed by Marin in second. A big battle between lane 6, Marina Aquatic Center, and Capital crew. And then it's Newport Aquatic Center in that 4th spot. And then the other 3 boats in this race are pretty much Long Beach Junior off the page. Some open water over the crew. And now Marina is making a push.
Coming through 1,000 meters, let's check on the lane assignments here for the Shimano Rowing Dynamics Cup. In lane number 1, Beelan Jesuit, Newport in 2. Lane 3 is Capital NorCal is 4. Marin in lane number 5, Marina Aquatic Center in lane number 6. 7 is Oakland Strokes, and Long Beach Juniors out in 8. And despite a battle in the early going between Beelan Jesuit and Marin, the Jesuit crew in lane number 1 has the advantage at the moment. Marin on the lane number 4 side is trying to hang in there, and then on their outside shoulder is Marina. Then back to the shoreline area. It looks like Capital has the slight edge over NorCal. Newport in lane number 2 fading back. Oakland Strokes is beginning to move forward, and Long Beach Juniors trailing on the outside. Beelan Jesuit had a tussle during the first 500 meters with Marin, but now they have certainly displayed their dominance, at least at this level in this particular race, as they are zooming along the shoreline and have open water back to the crew in lane number 4. Marin is being threatened on the outside by Marina, and now Oakland Strokes has moved up. Capital trying to hang in there, but they are fading just a bit as NorCal has begun to make a move. Beelan Jesuit continues to be the leader on the shoreline side, but it looks like there's going to be a real bug tussle here for second spot. Going back to lane number 4, lane number 5 that is Marin. They are being challenged mightily on their outside shoulder by Marina and Oakland Strokes. Newport is trailing, and on the outside it is Long Beach Juniors. Along the shore, Beelan Jesuit making a runaway of it. Marin trying to hang in there, but they are being threatened by Marina on the outside and Oakland Strokes. Coming through the middle, Capital has begun to get back into it. Then NorCal, Newport, and Long Beach Juniors. Coming across the apparent second place is Marin, followed by outside Marina. Capital stuck a nose in there. Oakland Strokes, NorCal, Newport, and the Long Beach Juniors. So the unofficial winner of the Shimano Rowing Dynamics Cup would be Beelan Jesuit. Next up, the girls' high school lightweight grand final. Seabase will be in lane 1, Marin in lane 2, Long Beach Juniors in 3, Capital in 4. Newport will be working out of lane number 5. Lane 6 will be Oakland Strokes, Los Gatos in 7, and NorCal in 8.
Getting ready to make a shift here at about 250 meters. Right now, Marin in lane 2 is your race leader. Very tight bunch for that second position between Seabase and the crew over here in lane 7. That'd be Los Gatos. But right now it's Marin in lane 2 on the lead. Seabase sticking right to them, about 4 seats down. That third spot is anybody's game. There's 4 crews within a seat of each other. Crews now approach the 500 meter mark. And Marin continues to surge ahead as they cross the 500 meter mark. Followed by Seabase. And then it looks like Capital is in that third spot. Then the Aquatic Center. Then out here to lane 7, Los Gatos. And the rest of the fleet trails. Seabase now putting on a push. Trying to put some pressure on that lead crew. They sit about 4 seats down as we approach the 750 meter mark. Big push by both crews now, but Seabase definitely making a move here on Marin as we now come to the 750 meter mark. That third position is being contested by Long Beach and Capital right next to each other. And then Aquatic Center and Los Gatos battle for positions 5 and 6. Then it's Oakland Strokes in the 7th spot, and NorCal is trailing. Very good ride. Third between Long Beach and Capital, and also a tightly contested race for that lead position between your race leader Marin as we approach the 1,000 meter mark. Marin sits about 5.5, 6 seats up. Now they're coming into the bad lines of rowing where conditioning and quality strokes tend to show who's got it and who does not have it. But just past the 1,000 meter mark, Marin still holds a slight lead over Seabase. For third place, got a real barn burner between 4 crews. That would be Long Beach Junior, seems to have 1 seat advantage over Capital, who has a 3 seat advantage over Newport Aquatic Center, and then Los Gatos. Oakland Strokes is
on the water right now is the women's high school lightweight grand final. And coming down to lane assignments, Seabase is in lane 1 and our current leader, Marin in lane number 2 and second spot. Lane 3 is Long Beach Juniors, Capital in lane 4. Newport is working out a lane 5. Lane 6 is occupied by Oakland Strokes. Los Gatos is in lane number 7, and NorCal and trailing is in lane number 8. Pretty much across the board here, lanes 1, 2 are 1, 2. Then it's been a fight between Long Beach and Capital in lane 3 and 4. Newport is beginning to move up and put themselves into contention here. In lane number 7, Los Gatos also trying to make their presence felt. The only crew right now that is somewhat out of touch would be Oakland Strokes and NorCal. On the shoreline, it is Seabase. Marin in lane number 2. Then outside to Newport. Inside to Capital. And the Long Beach Juniors beginning to fade just a bit. Far outside, Los Gatos trying to hang in there. And as I mentioned before, the only 2 crews out of touch would be Oakland Strokes and NorCal. Strokes in lane 6 and NorCal on the far outside in lane number 8. Marin putting on a push, and it looks like they have pushed back against Seabase. So Marin in lane 2, Seabase in lane 1, and they now have open water over the rest of the crews. Newport continuing to battle and making a run for it. Capital, then Long Beach. On the far outside, Los Gatos, Oakland Strokes, and NorCal. Inside, 100 meters to go. Marin put on a furious charge just inside the 1,500 meter mark, and they are battling stroke for stroke with Seabase. Seabase is pushed back and now getting back into it. Nose to nose, bow marker to bow marker. Will give a slight edge to Marin. Seabase charging. Open water back to Newport. Long Beach Juniors coming on strong as they've gotten past Capital. Los Gatos on the outside fading. At the finish line, bow marker to bow marker. Seabase, Marin, open water. Back to another tight one between Long Beach and Newport. Long Beach and Newport. Long Beach on the near side, just barely a bound ahead. And then Capital on the outside. Los Gatos and Oakland Strokes coming back in. Los Gatos by 2 seats over Oakland Strokes and NorCal. What a blazing finish. A fine roll by Marin and Seabase. And the officials will have to take a long look at that one. It appeared that Seabase may have gotten a bow marker in front, but that is totally unofficial. And then Long Beach looked like they just barely got a bow marker in front of Newport. So we had a fantastic race, and you're going to have to listen and wait for the official finish, as it was too close to call. But unofficially, it looked like Seabase may have gotten a bow marker in front of Marin, but it will wait for an official look.
Potomac in lane 7 with a 4, now 5-seat advantage over that Long Beach crew over in lane 3. This Potomac crew going very nicely. It's about 8 seats up on the Long Beach crew in lane 3. Then it's Marin. And then the Marin B boat is also contesting that 4th position. It's the 500. Potomac in lane 7 and Long Beach over in lane 3. Long Beach has a 4-seat advantage over the 3rd place crew, which would be Marin A crew in lane 2. And then Sammamish is battling Marin B crew for that 5th and 6th position. East Bay out here in lane 8 is making a push, trying to come up on that 4th position. But truly the class of this field is the Potomac shell being rowed in lane 7. They now approach the 750 meter mark with about a of open water advantage. Long Beach is holding off push from the Marin position in the. Then it's Sammamish in that 4th spot, but East Bay out here in lane 8 is giving them a run for their money. Then it's the Marin B boat, then Riverside, and then North Dakota. So now approaching the 1,000 meter mark, rowing with the California blades at 36 strokes per minute. Still maintaining an open water advantage. Long Beach now putting in a push, trying to break clear of that 3rd place crew from Marin.
Water right now is the men's master. This is their club championship grand final. Looking at the lane assignments, Sammamish, Marin in lanes 1 and 2. North Dakota in lane number 4. 5. A B boat from Marin is in lane number 6. Potomac is occupying lane number 7, and East Bay in lane number 8. On the early lead is Long Beach, although they have faded just a little bit, and Marin seems to be taking over, but way on the far outside. In lane number 7, Potomac. And no preliminary races are set up on the outside, so Potomac giving a fine showing for themselves right now. May have sandbagged their preliminary race as they are far outside and looking pretty Lane back is still in the hunt for 2nd place. Potomac way out in front. Long Beach Juniors. Sammamish along the shoreline fading just a bit. Boat out of touch would be Riverside. But right now, the lane to watch is lane number 7, Potomac on the outside. Looking, they almost might be motorized there, as they have really gotten out to a tremendous amount of open water. So the battle is going to be for second place. Right now in lane number 3, Long Beach has the edge over their inside shoulder to the shoreline, Marin. Then we go outside to North Dakota. Riverside a bit out of touch, but Marin B boat is hanging in there, but they're being challenged on their far outside by East Bay. But Potomac certainly looking strong with a lot of open water back to their nearest competitor. Potomac out there far away from the shore, lane number 7. Long Beach Juniors continuing to be challenged by the Marin A boat. Then we go to North Dakota now. Marin B boat, outside of them is East Bay. And the two crews out of touch, Sammamish and Riverside. Across the finish line and the unofficial winner, Potomac. It looks like Long Beach has held off Marin A boat. Then North Dakota, a surprising second place finisher in their preliminaries. Then outside Marin and East Bay having an argument. That's the closest right now. East Bay near Marin near side, East Bay far side. Looks like Marin may have stuck a bow marker in front of East Bay. Along the shoreline, Sammamish and then Riverside. But the wire-to-wire winner unofficially is Potomac, as we are getting ready now for the Women's Masters Club Championship, the Tallulah Considine Cup, and the lane assignments are Long Beach and Marin. Then in 3 and 4, it's Alexandria and College Club Seattle. Lane number 5 is occupied by River City. Loveland is in lane number 6, Sammamish in lane 7, and Newport Aquatic Center in lane number 8.
The 200-meter mark. It's kind of fast and furious here as they are up in the 40 stroke per minute rate category. Once again, this is event number 75, Women's Masters Club 8 Grand Final. 250 meters down, and it's Long Beach in lane 1 on the lead, followed closely by lane 2, Marin. Then it's lane 3, Alexandria. Then lane 4, and then lane 7. Sammamish is in that 5th spot. And then quite a battle for positions after that. Starting to establish the rhythm now as we approach the 500-meter mark. Still in lane 1, your race leader, Long Beach. And then it's lane 2, Marin. Pretty much following the lane order until you come out to lane 7, who is putting a push on for that 2nd or 3rd position. 500 meters gone. Long Beach now extends their lead to about a half a boat over Marin. College Club Seattle is making a push for that second position. They're rowing in lane 4. Quite a very good boat race here for that second spot. Long Beach continues to inch away from the crews chasing them. Long Beach once again in lane 1 as we approach the 750 meter mark. College Club Seattle now is making a bold push here to get that second position. Being held off a bit by Marin. Alexandria, anyway, the three of them are within 2 seats of each other, so it's too close to call. For 6, 7, and 8, there's quite a boat race unfolding back here between lane 6, Loveland and Sammamish, then the Aquatic Center and River City Trails. Crews now approach the halfway point, 1,000 meters. Long Beach still on the lead in lane 1. Their coxswain sits even with the bow of the boat in lane 2. That's Marin. Then out to lane 4, College Club Seattle for that third spot.
Is race number 75, the Women's Master Club Championship, the Tallulah Considine Cup. Lane assignments, Long Beach in lane number 1, Marin in lane 2, Alexandria is in lane 3, College Club Seattle 4, in lane 5 is River City, Loveland is in lane 6, lane 7 is occupied by Sammamish, and Newport Aquatic Center is out in lane number 8. Long Beach on the lead on the shoreline side, being challenged by College Club Seattle. Also moving into a little bit of contention for the latter part of the race is Loveland. They're far outside, Sammamish staying right with them. And the crews that are a little bit out of touch are Newport on the far outside, although they've picked up some spacing, and River City. 1,750 into the race. It is Long Beach Juniors continuing to be on the lead. However, moving up on the outside is College Club Seattle. Alexandria in there, Marin also hanging in. Loveland refuses to go away, and they're now being challenged on their outside by Sammamish. Newport has tried to get back into it, and the only boat out of touch right now would be the shell run by River City. Long Beach along the shoreline continues to lead it. Stern to bow, open water back to College Club Seattle. Alexandria. Then Marin falling back just a little bit. Loveland continues to hang in there. Sammamish closing the ground on them. Outside to Newport and then River City. This is Long Beach along the shoreline. Marin back against them. Outside trying to hang in there, and trailing is River City. This is Long Beach. White shell, white jerseys. Second appears to be held down by College Club Seattle right now. Alexandria is dropping back as Marin puts on a push. To the far outside, Loveland with Sammamish coming on strong to them, Newport and River City. Long Beach Juniors on the shoreline, some open water. College Club Seattle The race right now is for third, Marin and Alexandria. Marin is on the near side, Alexandria on the far side. They're closing even on Club Seattle. It is Seattle, and nose to nose, it looks like Alexandria got in there. Marin with a furious charge could not overtake them. Then comes Loveland, Sammamish about 3 seats back, a little bit of open water back to Newport and River City. So our unofficial winner, the Long Beach Juniors. Next up will be the women. This is the petite final, sponsored by the Jackie Ann Stitt-Hungness group, the lady. And the lane assignments are British Columbia in lane 1, San Diego in 2, Sacramento State in lane 3, the Aztecs in lane number 4, San Diego State University, St. Mary's in lane 5, and Loyola Marymount in lane number 6.
Here we're sitting just beyond the 250 meter mark. And as the boats come up to us, very close race. There's only one crew that's fallen back a little bit. That's St. Mary's in lane 5. But we've got a lot of bow balls in close proximity here with LMU out here in lane 6 doing a nice job. Very nice job. LMU and Sacramento State seem to be going at it. But your race leader currently is in lane 6. The Lions from LMU. Then there's some seesawing back and forth between lanes 3, 2, and 1 as we approach the 500 meter mark. San Diego State is in that 4th position or 5th position, and St. Mary's is in 6th. 500 meters gone, and now in lane 2, University of San Diego has put on a push and now are the leader of the race. The Toreros putting on a nice move there, now sit 2 seats up on University of British Columbia, who is in lane 1. LMU's trying to hold on out here in lane 6, but they are now being passed and now sit in that 4th spot. So they gave it a shot, and it's the University of San Diego that comes out as we now cross the 750 meter mark. Sacramento State now has that 2nd position. University of British Columbia is in 3rd. Very close to call. They're kind of seesawing back and forth. In fact, British Columbia is now back in that 2nd spot. Sacramento State is in 3rd. Then we've got a battle between San Diego State and LMU for that 4th and 5th spot, and St. Mary's is in 6th. So here we come to the halfway point. Race leader continues to be University of San Diego, and then very tightly contested. Lane 6 is coming back into this boat race, so it's St. Mary's, it's LMU, University of British Columbia, and Sac State. That's the call at 1,000 meters.
Through the first 1,000 meters, this is the women's collegiate 2nd varsity, Jackie Ann Stitt-Hungness, the petite final, with the University of British Columbia in lane number 1, San Diego in lane 2, Sac State in lane 3, San Diego State in 4, St. Mary's in 5, and Loyola Marymount is assigned to lane number 6. It has been back and forth between British Columbia and San Diego. 1-2. And it looks relatively even at the moment. We'll give a slight edge to San Diego. Then outside to Sacramento State, but they are being challenged by San Diego State University in lane number 4. Then Loyola Marymount and St. Mary's. Crews are pretty much in contact with one another. The only one back would be considered St. Mary's. Checking on the leadership here, University of San Diego continues to hang in there and lead. British Columbia on the shoreline. San Diego State has moved up on Sacramento State to claim the 3rd position. Loyola Marymount trying to make a move, and St. Mary's. San Diego continues on the lead inside 500 meters to go in our race. San Diego State is pushing up. They have gotten past Sacramento State and now are making a serious move on UBC along the shoreline. University of San Diego continuing to try to hang in there. They are being pressed by San Diego State now in lane number 4. Along the shoreline, UBC is trying to hold off Sacramento State. Then outside to Loyola Marymount and then to St. Mary's. University of San Diego in lane number 2, continuing to hang on, but their cross-city rival, San Diego State, coming on strong, as is the University of British Columbia trying to get back into it. Sacramento State outside to Loyola and then St. Mary's. This is San Diego. San Diego State on their outside. UBC along the shoreline trying to get back into it. Outside to Loyola Marymount and then St. Mary's. At the finish line, unofficially, University of San Diego very tight for second. Looks like San Diego State may have gotten a bow marker in front. University of British Columbia followed by Sac State, Loyola Marymount, and St. Mary's. Next up is the men's collegiate second varsity. This is the Cabrillo Cup Petite Final. Lane assignment, San Diego, Santa Barbara. Orange Coast College is in 3. University of California, San Diego in lane 4. Notre Dame in lane 5. And UCLA is occupying lane 6.
For event number 77, men's collegiate second varsity 8 petite final. We have 6 boats across, past the 100-meter breakage. Very level between all 6 crews. Wow, this is spectacular. Right now, UC San Diego, their bow pops out first as we pass the 250-meter mark. Then it's Orange Coast College and UCLA. Inshore, University of San Diego and Santa Barbara also battling. But it's the University of California, San Diego, your race leader by about 6 seats over Orange Coast College. And then it's University of San Diego. Tightly bunched for positions 4 through 6. Crews now approach the 500-meter mark. UCSD now with an 8-seat advantage over Orange Coast, who sits a couple seats up on Santa Barbara. And then it's University of San Diego. Then Notre Dame and UCLA is in that 6th position. University of California, San Diego, Coxon looks over to see 3 bows seesawing back and forth for that 2nd spot. She wants more out of her crew. Orange Coast still with a little bit of advantage for that 2nd spot. Then it's Santa Barbara now making a push past the Pirates from Orange Coast. University of San Diego also right there. Positions 5 and 6 are owned by the people in those lanes. Notre Dame in 5th and UCLA in that 6th spot. But clearly the class of this field is UC San Diego now with a half a boat length of open water. Santa Barbara now making a big push here, trying to shake off Orange Coast and University of San Diego. And they've done that. They have 4 seats on Orange Coast and 2 seats on San Diego. UCLA making a move, trying to push their bow ahead of Notre Dame as we approach the 1,000-meter mark. But once again, your race leader in lane 4, UC San Diego. And now it's Santa Barbara clearly in that 2nd spot. 3rd position is University of San Diego, Orange Coast, Notre Dame, and UCLA battling for positions 4, 5, and 6.
On the water, race number 77. This is the men's collegiate 2nd varsity. It is the Sharp Cabrillo Cup, and it is the petite final. Lane assignments, University of San Diego, lane 1. The California UC, CLA in lane. The only crew a little out of it at the moment is Notre Dame. Then out to lane 4, UC San Diego. Then UCLA on the far outside is back in behind Notre Dame. And Orange Coast College in lane number 3 in the 2nd one. Number 4 on the outside, the University of California, San Diego putting on a major push here. They started it just inside the 1,000-meter mark, and so far they have pushed back against not only San Diego, but now the University of California, Santa Barbara. UC San Diego and UC Santa Barbara continuing to fight bow marker to bow marker. And then we drop back to San Diego, early leader. Orange Coast College beginning to trail. Notre Dame coming up on UC San Diego and University of San Diego. On the outside, UCLA trying to get back into it. It is UC San Diego and Santa Barbara battling it out. Santa Barbara in the gold jerseys and the dark shell is along in lane number 2. Outside is the University of San Diego. Along the shoreline, University of San Diego trying to hang in there. It is UC Santa Barbara putting on a push and getting past San Diego. University of California, San Diego in second spot. Santa Barbara is in the lead. University of San Diego trying to get back into it. Then Notre Dame, UCLA, and Orange Coast College. Coming down to the finish line. University of California, Santa Barbara on the lead. The battle for second will be UC San Diego and the University of San Diego. University of California, San Diego just nosed out USD. Then Notre Dame inside to Orange Coast College, and trailing is UCLA. Oh, great. Next up will be the Women's Collegiate Varsity 4-width. This race is sponsored by Karen Plumley Courtney, and it is the petite final. In lane number 1, University of San Diego. In lane 2, Sacramento State. Tennessee is in lane 3, St. Mary's in lane 4, Southern Methodist in lane 5, and University of California, Santa Barbara is in lane number 6. This is the Women's Collegiate Varsity 4-width, and as usual with the 8s, they come down much more quickly than the 4s. This is a race sponsored by Karen Plumley Courtney. It is the petite final for this particular category, and the crews are on the way. The University of San Diego, check that, San Diego State is in lane number 1, Sacramento State in lane 2, Tennessee in lane 3, St. Mary's is in lane number 4, SMU coming out of lane number 5, and the University of California, Santa Barbara is in lane number 6. The crew's on the way. And it looks like in the early going, Tennessee has a very slight edge over Sacramento State and San Diego State. On the far outside, Santa Barbara pushing up with SMU and St. Mary's trailing. For the folks on the Crew Campus, Crew Classic Campus, We'd like to suggest that you stop by the vendors' booths, not only the food vendors, but also the material and equipment vendors. Also, we have a fine merchandise tent filled with merchandise from the San Diego Crew Classic. And, of course, every year the Crew Classic has a little bit of a different logo. So if you've been a logo collector with a T-shirt, might get on over there and add to your collection. If you're new to our campus and would like to be involved in the T-shirt logos, please stop by the merchandise tent and see what tickles your fancy, so to speak. And we have a fancy tickled here at San Diego's Mission Bay Park. A beautiful day. Once again, very, very light winds. Winds had been rather strong here in Southern California on Thursday and Friday, but on Saturday, yesterday, and again today, we have been very blessed to get away from that wind situation, as I'm sure many of the folks in the inland areas might breathe a sigh of relief because most of the strong winds were happening up there. Currently on Mission Bay Park, 62 degrees, and we're going for a high of 72 today. The tide is out right now and beginning to move in, which will aid the crews after they get through the Ingraham Street area. Taking a check on our progress right now, it still appears that Tennessee and Sacramento State are fighting for the lead. Then along the shoreline, the university, check that San Diego State University. And then outside to the University of California, Santa Barbara. Then SMU, and the only crew that seems out of touch at the moment is St. Mary's. They are moving through the first 1,000 meters and have yet to make it into the Ingraham Street area, although today the winds appear to be coming from the east, and therefore that will not be as great a challenge as it has been in previous years here at the Crew Classic. Tennessee seems to be moving along and keeping an edge over Sacramento State, with San Diego State along the shoreline hanging in there, and those three crews would be the upper echelon in this particular setup. There's open water back to UC Santa Barbara, and then comes SMU. St. Mary's a bit out of touch. This is the Women's Collegiate Varsity 4-width. It is the final, and the race is sponsored by Karen Plumley Courtney, and the petite final is on the water and moving to the 1,000-meter mark. Tennessee has exerted themselves a little in water back to Sacramento State. Then comes San Diego State along the shoreline, and still way outside at University of California, Santa Barbara in lane number 6. Open water back to SMU, and then a couple of boat lengths of open water back to St. Mary's. It is Tennessee, Sacramento State, San Diego State beginning to fade, and on the outside, Santa Barbara beginning to push up. SMU and St. Mary's. Tennessee continues to move along smoothly. Open water to Sacramento State. Open water to San Diego State. Santa Barbara on the far outside. It appears now that SMU is not in the running here. So maybe they didn't answer, or they've moved over to St. Mary's lane. We did have 6 scheduled here, and only 5 in the race. But Tennessee is making a non-race out of it. Sacramento State is second. Third is San Diego State. Then to the outside to Santa Barbara. But in either regard, they are the trailing boat. This is Tennessee. Almost a wire-to-wire run here. Sacramento State, San Diego State University, University of California, Santa Barbara, and then I believe that it is St. Mary's, not entirely certain. Appears that SMU did not answer the call. On the water is race number 79. It is the Women's Collegiate Varsity D2, D3 Club Petite Final. Lane assignments, Colorado in 1, UC Davis in 2, Seattle Pacific.
They're always on.
ASU, Arizona State in lane number 5, and Long Beach State is in lane number 6.
No, because of the 4. Four's go slower. All right, we're going to pick up this race. Once again, this is race number 79, Women's Collegiate Varsity 8 D2, D3 Club Petite Final. As the crews now approach the 750-meter mark by open water, the leader is UC Davis, rowing in lane 2, followed by the crew in lane 1, that's Colorado. Then it's Seattle Pacific in that 3rd position. Then the Sun Devils from Arizona State. Then it's Chapman University, and rounding out the field is Long Beach State. UC Davis with a bit of open water now is putting on a big push to try to get even more water space between their stern and the bow of the Colorado crew. Seattle Pacific sits about 3 to 4 seats down in that 3rd position. And then there's open water to Arizona State and the crews that are trailing. Halfway done now, with the lead crew now crossing the 1,000-meter mark. I have a boat length of open water. Buffaloes over in lane 1 remain in that 2nd spot. Seattle Pacific's in 3rd, Arizona State. Then Chapman University and Long Beach State trails. Colorado putting on a push now, trying to solidify that 2nd position.
This is the Women's Collegiate Varsity Division I, Division 2, Division 3 Club Petite Final. Lane assignments once again are Colorado. UC Davis is in lane number 2. Seattle Pacific is in lane 3. Chapman College is in lane number 4. Arizona State University in lane 5. And Long Beach State in lane number 6. Lead, apparently. They are in lane number 2. They are being shadowed in lane 3 by Seattle Pacific. Colorado along the shoreline. Then we go out to Arizona State. The two crews out of touch are going to be Chapman and Long Beach State. This is the Women's Collegiate Varsity 8s D2, D3 Club Petite Final, race number 79. And Davis continues in the lead. They have open water back now to Colorado and Seattle Pacific. The two of those are rather tightly contested, with Colorado just edging in front of Seattle Pacific. Then to the outside to Arizona State. Then Chapman and Long Beach State is trailing. With a continued comfortable lead, UC Davis. Open water back to Colorado and Seattle Pacific trying to get back into at least a battle for second spot, but Colorado appears to have the edge on that one. Arizona State on the outside. Chapman and Long Beach State are trailing. This is UC Davis. Colorado along the shore. Seattle Pacific. Arizona State. Chapman, Long Beach State. And at the finish line, unofficial winner, UC Davis. About a 2-boat length lead over Colorado in second. Stern to bow marker lead for Colorado over Seattle Pacific. 3-boat length lead back to Arizona State. And still on the course, Chapman and Long Beach State. Next up is the Women's Collegiate Varsity Division II, Division III. This one will be the grand final. Lane assignments, University of San Diego. Check that, University of California, San Diego in lane 1. Western Washington in lane 2. Grand Valley will be coming out of lane 3. Humboldt State in lane number 4. Lane 5 is occupied by UC San Diego's B crew. Purdue is in lane 6. Orange Coast College in lane 7. And Humboldt State University in lane number 8.
Okay, here they come. As they come up to our launch here, we have Western Washington with the green hats on the lead. Then quite a boat race between 3 crews. UC San Diego in lane 1, Humboldt State and Grand Valley. Then there's a gap of open water for the next 4 crews. Battling for that are Orange Coast College, Purdue, UC San Diego B crew, and Humboldt State. 750 meters gone. Western Washington stretching out a little bit bigger advantage now. At second position is Humboldt State. And then quite a race between that crew and UC San Diego on the shore. Grand Valley seeming to fade a little bit as the crews in lane 1 and lane 4 now make a push. Western Washington clearly wants to break clear, get some open water as we approach this 1,000-meter mark. Still an overlap with Humboldt State in that second position. Third spot goes to UC San Diego. Then it's Grand Valley in fourth. Fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. Pretty close to call here. Looks like let's see, who would it be? Purdue is in that fifth spot. Then a tight race between Orange Coast College and UC San Diego B crew. Humboldt State B is in the final spot. All right, back up on the lead now. It's still Western Washington, your race leader, as we approach the 1250. But Humboldt State is really putting on a push here.
Inside 1,000 meters to go in this, the Women's Collegiate Division II, Division III Club Grand Final. Lane assignments quickly are University of California, San Diego in lane 1, Western Washington in 2, Grand Valley in 3. The A boat for Humboldt State is in lane 4. University of California, San Diego B boat is in lane 5. Purdue in 6, Orange Coast College in 7, and Humboldt State is in the 8th position. Western Washington appears to be on the lead. They are being challenged by Humboldt State on their outside. Almost across the bow markers for third spot between University of California, San Diego, Grand Valley, University of San Diego B boat, and then outside we go to Long Beach, Orange Coast College, and the Humboldt State B boat. On the lead, Western Washington. They are having to be concerned with Humboldt State's A boat on the outside. Then open water back to a couple of crews. University of California, San Diego falling back and Grand Valley moving up. University of California, San Diego B boat, Long Beach State, Orange Coast College, and Humboldt State's B boat. On the lead, Western Washington, Humboldt State, Grand Valley, University of California, San Diego fading. Long Beach State coming on strong on the outside, taking over UC San Diego's B boat, Orange Coast College and Humboldt State University's B boat. Inside 100 meters to go. It is Western Washington, open water back to Humboldt State, then Grand Valley, then University of California, San Diego's A boat, just ahead of Long Beach on the outside. Then comes Orange Coast College getting past the University of California San Diego B boat and Humboldt State. Back to the finish line. It is Western Washington, the unofficial winner by about a boat length of open water over Humboldt State. Then comes Grand Valley with the University of California San Diego coming up hard on them. Outside to Long Beach State. Then to the University of California San Diego B boat, Orange Coast College, and Humboldt State's B boat. Next up is the men's collegiate third varsity. This is the grand final for them, the only final that they are in, or the only race that they are in. Lane assignments, California in 1, Santa Clara in 2, University of California San Diego in 3, University of California Santa Barbara in 4, and UCLA will occupy lane number 5.
UC Santa Barbara has that second spot in lane 4. Then Santa Clara's in third. UC San Diego's in fourth. And the Bruins from UCLA are in fifth. Crew still in that transition phase from the racing start to the shift as we approach the 500-meter mark. Race leader in lane number 1, California. Crossing now, and then it's UC Santa Barbara in that second spot. Third spot goes to UC San Diego, and then it's Santa Clara. And then the final position is UCLA. Take a stroke check here on the Golden Bears, 35.5 strokes per minute, with a multitude of open water boat lengths of distance between their stern and UC Santa Barbara's bow. Quite a contest will be for that second spot between all three crews. Santa Barbara having a 4-seat advantage over UC San Diego. Santa Clara now making a push to come back in. The Gauchos at 750 still in that second spot. Good contact, good racing. Obviously in a different class is the third boat from the University of California in lane 1. Now with about 4 boat lengths of open between their stern and the bow of UC Santa Barbara. The Gauchos now putting a press on, trying to break free of those other two crews. The Santa Barbara coxswains now even with the bow of the Santa Clara boat. With the UC San Diego crew, and then Santa Clara is in that 4th position, about a half a boat length back. UCLA rounds out the field, sitting open water astern. Past the 1,000-meter mark, the Golden Bears continue to press their legs down and leverage that boat ahead.
Through 1,000 meters, California continues on the lead, and we are looking at the men's third varsity final. California in lane number 1, Santa Clara in lane 2, University of California, San Diego in lane 3, UC Santa Barbara in 4, UCLA is in lane number 5. And Cal is making a one-boat race out of this for the moment anyway. Santa Barbara all the way on the outside in lane number 4 is trying to hang in, and on their inside shoulder, University of California, San Diego, Santa Clara, and then we have open water back to UCLA. We have been totally blessed today with little or no wind for these crews to contend with. The special spot that most of the time they have to battle through this is under the bridge that is traversing from Mission Bay Park up to Crown Point. That's the spit of land that you're on right now, and we're on the eastern Crown Point shore. So little or no wind down on the course, and the temperature around 63 degrees now on a sunny day in San Diego sees Cal continue to lead. University of California, Santa Barbara on the outside. On their inside shoulder is UC San Diego. Santa Clara, and then UCLA is out of touch. This is Cal on the lead. A lot of open water back to UC Santa Barbara. University of California, San Diego putting on a little bit of a push to try to get back at Santa Barbara, but still are trailing in that third spot. Then Santa Clara and UCLA. With a comfortable lead, California. Interesting race shaping up possibly between the University of California, Santa Barbara on the outside and the gold jerseys and the dark shell, and the University of California, San Diego on their shoreline side. But it looks like the Gauchos are holding off the charge of the Tritons. And this is Cal coming across smoothly and easily for the number 1 spot unofficially. University of California, Santa Barbara holding off a challenge of UC San Diego. So it looks like the Gauchos will cruise into second spot. Along the shoreline, Santa Clara trying to get up a little bit, but too little too late. So it'll be Santa Barbara, San Diego, Santa Clara, and UCLA trailing. The next scheduled race is 81. Check that, 82, and it is the Women's Collegiate Novice 8. It is their trophy grand final, and the race is sponsored by Laurel Cohorts. Lane assignments are Texas, British Columbia, UCLA in the 1, 2, 3 spot. Lane 4 is San Diego State. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara. Sacramento State will occupy lane number 6, and Loyola Marymount in lane number 7.
Seven, Loyola Marymount is ahead of Sac State in lane 6. Boy, the Lady Longhorns just exploded off that start. Got a length within 30 strokes and continue to walk on the other 6 crews, now with a bit of open water. Fabulous race for positions 2 through 7. No crew more than 3 seats behind the other crews. San Diego State now is pushing forward, trying to establish that second position. UCLA is battling them. In fact, UCLA is now in the second spot. But San Diego State and UBC battling back and forth for 3rd and 4th place. But nobody's out of it other than the race leader, Texas. They're out in front, past the 500-meter mark by about a boat length of open water. So, seems like we're going for the silver here. Right now, British Columbia is battling with UCLA for that spot. Then it's San Diego, and then 3 crews. Lanes 5, 6, and 7 pretty much level. That's UC Santa Barbara in 6, UC Santa Barbara in 5, Sac State in 6, and Loyola Marymount in 7. Lead crew now approaches the 750-meter mark, increasing their lead to almost 2 boat lengths of open water. UCLA by a couple of seats in that second spot over UBC. fourth is San Diego State. San Diego State is feeling some pressure now from the crews in the outer lanes. That's Santa Barbara in 5, Sac State in 6, and Loyola Marymount. Let's take a stroke check on our leader here. Very level, very precise rowing as they strike the water at 35 strokes per minute. The Bruins from UCLA with a 2-seat advantage over University of British Columbia. San Diego State's fallen off that pace a little bit now in that 4th spot. Quite a race for 4th between those outer 4 lanes. San Diego State, UC Santa Barbara, and Sac State. Past the 1,000-meter mark, still the Longhorns on the lead, but now it's University of British Columbia in 2nd and UCLA in 3rd.
On the water is the Women's Collegiate Novice 8, the Laurel Cohorts Grand Final. And in lane number 1 is Texas. Lane 2 is British Columbia. UCLA in lane 3, and that's pretty much the way they are on the water right now, with Texas having a commanding lead. Then San Diego State in lane number 4, UC Santa Barbara in 5, Sacramento State in 6, and Loyola Marymount is in lane number 7. Texas on the lead in the early going and have clung to that lead most of the way. The University of British Columbia and UCLA have pushed back and forth, with BC dropping off a little bit and UCLA now getting into that 2nd position, albeit open water back behind Texas, our leader. Outside, the University of California, Santa Barbara beginning to make a move as San Diego State, contending for the early lead, has dropped back. Sac State trying to get up against Santa Barbara and overtake San Diego State, and Loyola Marymount on the outside. The burnt orange on the shoreline from Texas in the Texas city of Austin is on the lead along the shoreline. They have open water back to UCLA. University of British Columbia trying to hang in there. San Diego State has fallen back a bit, and Santa Barbara's B crew, check that their A crew, is on the outside, and then comes Sacramento State and Loyola Marymount. Sacramento State has begun to push up and moving to overtake Santa Barbara, and San Diego State falling back even more. This is Texas on the lead. Texas with a seemingly insurmountable lead right now, about 3 or 4 boat lengths of open water. Back to UBC, slid back into that 2nd spot, overtaking UCLA. But UCLA is having to contend on the outside with the University of California, Santa Barbara, and Sacramento State beginning to make a move. Loyola Marymount and San Diego State has dropped back. This is Texas. So the big race is going to be for 2nd position as check that, University of British Columbia has moved into that 2nd spot. UCLA. Then we have some open water back to San Diego State getting back into it. Here comes Long Beach, Santa Barbara. They are being taken over by Sac State and Loyola Marymount on the outside. The battle for 2nd appears to be won by University of British Columbia. Then UCLA. San Diego State, having fallen back, has come back strong, and they are now battling it out with Sac State on the outside. In 3rd spot, UCLA. San Diego State by half a bow. Sacramento State on the outside. Then University of California, Santa Barbara, and Loyola Marymount. Unofficial winner, Texas, in the Women's Collegiate Laurel Cohorts Grand Final. Next up, race number 83, and this will be the men's collegiate novice Derek Golker grand final. Michigan Rowing Association in lane 1, California in lane 2, Stanford in lane 3, Santa Clara in lane 4, University of British Columbia in lane number 5, and Orange Coast College in lane number 6. National Specialty Health Services Company, American Specialty Health, a longtime sponsor of the Men's Cal Cup, being contested a little bit later this morning.
University of California, your race leader. And then it's Orange Coast College in lane 6 in that second position. Michigan is in third, closest to the shore. And then a tight boat race for positions 4, 5, and 6. Golden Bears still is still being overlapped by Orange Coast out here in lane 6, and Michigan now pushing on a move. Coming up to the 500-meter mark, California race leader with just a bit of open water. Very tight contest now between Orange Coast College in lane 6, Michigan in lane 1, and Stanford in lane 3. Off the pace a bit is Santa Clara in lane 4 and University of British Columbia. California now exerts itself to a half a boat length of open water as Stanford now establishes their position in second. And then a very good battle between Orange Coast College in lane 6 and Michigan in lane 1. California continues to open more water. Stanford still holding on to that second spot. Orange Coast at the 750 mark, now establishing a 3-seat advantage over Michigan over in lane 1. So the Golden Bears showing some glisten as they lead this race. Stanford now putting on a push, trying to break clear of Orange Coast. Orange Coast now a half a boat up on the 4th place crew. That would be Michigan in lane 1. And then there's quite a battle between Santa Clara and University of British Columbia. Crossing the 1,000, it's California, your race leader, followed by Stanford, then Orange Coast College, Michigan, Santa Clara, University of British Columbia.
On the water, the men's collegiate novice Derek Golker Cup Grand Final. Michigan is in lane number 1. California, our current leader, is in lane 2. Stanford is in lane 3. Lane 4 is occupied by Santa Clara, British Columbia. Challenging for the second place position is in lane number 5, and Orange Coast College is in lane number 6. On the lead is California with a comfortable lead. Stanford tried to stay with them for an extended period of time but have fallen back. Orange Coast College on the far outside. The only crew that appears to be out of touch is Michigan Rowing Association in lane number 1. So it is Cal in lane 2, Stanford, then to the outside to Orange Coast College, then to the University of British Columbia, and Santa Clara with Michigan trailing. California on the comfortable lead. And having said that, Stanford, who was challenging them, splashed up a little bit of water there on the last two strokes. And that certainly won't aid and abet their situation as they're trying to hold off Orange Coast College on the outside. And it looks like the Coasters have gotten in there ahead of Stanford now. UBC, Santa Clara, and Michigan Rowing Association in the trailing spots. Comfortable lead, California. Orange Coast College on the outside has overtaken Stanford. Stanford challenging during the first 500 meters for that lead position, have relinquished it now to Orange Coast College, but now are battling back. University of British Columbia trying to get back into it. Santa Clara and Michigan Rowing Association trailing. This is Cal with a very, very comfortable lead, about 3 boat lengths of open water. Back to Stanford, having fought off Orange Coast College in the last 500 meters as we are inside 100 meters to go in this race. Then UBC, Santa Clara, and Michigan Rowing Association looking at the finish line. This is Cal, the apparent yet unofficial winner. Stanford, unless something drastic happens, appears to have clung on to second spot. Orange Coast College third. University of British Columbia with Santa Clara putting on a charge, as is Michigan Rowing Association along the shoreline. Orange Coast College, Michigan Rowing Association coming on hard to the University of British Columbia. It is British Columbia by about 3 seats. Michigan Rowing Association and Santa Clara. Hats off to Michigan Rowing Association. They were clearly out of it for a long period of time and came on to at least make a push at the University of British Columbia. But the official, or rather unofficial, winner is California, followed by Stanford and Orange Coast College. So Sporty is a proud sponsor of the San Diego Crew Classic Brunch on the Bay. And So Sporty would like to thank all of the volunteers who make this event possible. So Sporty has been making rowing apparel since 1987, and they're right here on campus. You can stop by and see some of the fine designs of So Sporty. And they are committed to quality products at affordable prices. We'd also like to acknowledge the Row 2K outfit and to thank you for joining the San Diego Crew Classic team for 2017. We have the men's collegiate second varsity grand final coming up. This is the Sharp Cabrillo Cup. Check that. We have the men's collegiate novice 8 final coming up. This is the Derek Goker Cup. Well, now I stand corrected once again on my apologies to you. The men's collegiate second varsity Sharp Cabrillo Cup grand final with Yale in the number 1 position. Stanford lane 2, California lane 3. Santa Clara is in lane 4. Michigan Rowing Association is in lane number 5. And the University of British Columbia is in lane number 6.
Then it's Santa Clara and Stanford battling for that third position, along with Michigan in lane 5. Coming up to the 500-meter mark, quite a battle between the Golden Bears and the Bulldogs. Golden Bears of California now sit 5 seats up at 500 meters over Yale. Yale sits a quarter boat length of open water ahead of Stanford. Michigan's right there with Stanford, as is Santa Clara. The only crew off the pace a bit is University of British Columbia. The Thunderbirds are in that 6th spot, matching their lane number. The lead crews kind of feeling each other out here, seeing if they can break their opponent. Yale now making a push. California counters. 750 meters gone. Still California on the lead. Those two crews seem to be the class of this field, with Stanford now being in that 3rd spot, battling Michigan. Then it's Santa Clara, and then University of British Columbia. As the crews approach the 1,000-meter mark, California is really accelerating those handles, leveraging that boat forward. They have about a boat length now on Yale. Cal striking the water 37.5, 38. Now is trying to, and it has some daylight between their stern and Yale's bow. Wolverines from Michigan have taken over the 3rd spot, leading Stanford now by about 5 seats. Then the Thunderbirds, University of British Columbia, have come back. They've now passed Santa Clara, 5th spot, Santa Clara in 6th. 12:50.
On the water with the men's collegiate 2nd varsity, this is the Sharp Cabrillo Cup Grand Final. Quickly with the lane assignments, Yale in lane number 1. In lane 2, Stanford. Our current leader, California, is in lane number 3. Santa Clara is in lane 4. The Rowing Association out of Michigan is in lane 5, and University of British Columbia in lane 6. The only crew here completely out of touch is Santa Clara, and with a substantial lead is California. Yale beginning to push up against them, and then they have open water back to Stanford, Michigan Rowing Association, University of British Columbia, and Santa Clara. California on the lead, and they have led throughout, looking like they're working on a wire-to-wire finish here. Yale gamely trying to stay with them on the shoreline. And then we have a substantial amount of open water back to Michigan Rowing Association, and Michigan trying to fight off the University of British Columbia. Stanford fighting it in the early going for at least 2nd place has fallen back, and Santa Clara is the trailer. California continues to lead it. Yale continues to come on strong, but it may be too little too late. Michigan Rowing Association mightily clinging to a lead over University of British Columbia, with Stanford now even looking to be challenged by Santa Clara. This is California. And it looks like, barring disaster, they will come across unofficially as the winner. Yale unofficially in 2nd spot from a stern to bow marker loss to Cal. Then on the outside, shaping up, this is Michigan Rowing Association trying to hold off the University of British Columbia. About a 2-seat lead for Michigan Rowing Association. At the finish, it's Michigan Rowing Association, University of British Columbia, then Stanford, and finally Santa Clara. Now we'll be looking at the women's collegiate 2nd varsity, sponsored by Jackie Ann Sid Hungnes, the grand final, UCLA will be in lane number 1. University of Wisconsin in lane 2. Texas in lane 3. USC in lane number 4. It'll be Washington State in lane 5. And Tennessee, the Volunteers, coming out of lane number 6.
Six crews in this event. They're beyond the breakage 100-meter mark. Now coming up to 250. Right now the Badgers of Wisconsin, about a 1-seat lead over Texas. All crews still overlapped as they go through the first 250 meters. Still establishing the rhythm for that race pace that they've trained for. Wisconsin still on the lead by 2 seats over Texas. Third position out here to Tennessee in lane 6. And then tightly contested for 4th between UCLA, USC, and Washington State. Lead crews now approach the 500-meter mark. And now by 5 seats, it's the Badgers from Wisconsin on the lead. Texas is in that 2nd spot. Tennessee is in 3rd. Then it's the Trojans in 4th. 5th is Washington State, and then UCLA is in 6th position. The conditions continue to be exquisite for racing. No breeze, no wakes, just fast crews. Texas continues to press Wisconsin as we approach the 750-meter mark. Looking at the Wisconsin coxswain, looking over, sitting even with the 5-person of the Texas shell. Texas now making a move. Got to put the pressure on, see if you can break that other crew's concentration. SC now is challenging Tennessee for that 3rd spot. 5th position continues to be Washington State, and UCLA is in 6th in lane 1. Lead crews now approach the halfway 1,000-meter mark. Still Wisconsin, your race leader, in lane 2. But Texas making a furious bid to come level as we come across the 1,000-meter mark. In fact, they only sit 2 seats down.
Midway through the women's collegiate second varsity grand final sponsored by Jackie Ann Stidhugnas, we have UCLA in lane number 1, Wisconsin, our current leader, in lane number 2. It is Texas in 3, USC in lane number 4. In lane 5 is Washington State, and Tennessee is out in lane number 6. Checking the leaderboard, if you will, at this time, Wisconsin on the lead. Texas is in second spot, all the way outside to Tennessee, then to USC, Washington State, and UCLA. The Bruins being the only crew in this group out of touch as the crews come through the Ingram Street Bridge area. Once again, we've mentioned several times that our weather is absolutely picture perfect for this year's edition of the 44th Annual San Diego Crew Classic. Texas pushing up on Wisconsin now. And it appears they may have a slight edge as they come close to the 1,500 meter mark. Then going outside to Tennessee, Washington State has moved up a bit. USC dropping back. All they care about, I'm suspecting, is beating UCLA at this point. And at this time, they do have the edge over the Bruins. At the front, Texas has taken over Wisconsin. The move occurred at about 1,750 meters into the race. As we are joined apparently by the USC pep band as they make the trip down from the Los Angeles area every year, and it's nice to have them here. Texas on the lead. Wisconsin has been overtaken. Then we have open water back to Tennessee, currently fighting off Washington State. USC and UCLA out of touch, but USC is on the lead. It is Texas, Wisconsin, outside to Tennessee. Washington State putting on a furious battle against Tennessee. USC and then UCLA. Texas and Wisconsin have traded the lead back and forth a couple of times down our race course. And right now the Austin gang from Texas is on the lead, with Wisconsin back by almost a stern to bow marker. Washington State has overtaken Tennessee. UCLA trying to catch up to USC at the end of the pack. It is Texas. Stern to bow marker lead and apparent win over Wisconsin. Washington State has eclipsed Tennessee and will move into that third position, followed by the Volunteers, and then USC holding off UCLA. Looks like they will be successful at that. So our unofficial winner is Texas. Next up will be the Women's Collegiate Varsity 8 Cal Cup Grand Final. This is Tennessee in lane number 1, Stanford in 2. Loyola will be in lane number 3. San Diego State University in lane number 4. George Washington will be in lane 5, and Sacramento State will be in lane number 6.
over Tennessee. Stanford's in lane 2. Tennessee is in lane 1. And then tightly contested for that third spot between San Diego State, LMU, and then Sacramento State out here in lane 6. But the Cardinal lightweight women now have a 5-seat advantage over Tennessee. Tennessee, the Volunteers, are in lane 1. So those two crews are breaking from the field. The third place crew is Loyola Marymount in lane 3. Then it's San Diego State, then Sacramento State, and then George Washington University. Past the 500-meter mark, Stanford continues to lead, sitting about 6 seats up on Tennessee. Very level, very powerful strokes coming off those Cardinal blades. Tennessee now pushing in, digging in, I should say, trying to close that gap as the crews approach the 750-meter mark. But once again, your race leader in lane number 2, Stanford lightweight women, being chased and pushed by Tennessee. Calling for a move right now. They sit about 6 seats down in that second position. Third spot is owned by Loyola Marymount, and then it's San Diego State, George Washington University, and Sacramento State in that final position. Stanford now counter-punches Tennessee's move, and they're moving. They've increased their lead now to 8, maybe even 10 seats as we approach the 1,000-meter mark. The Cardinal coxswains looking over at the bow of the Tennessee crew and continuing to move forward. Tennessee making a push, trying to discourage Stanford from taking more seats. But as we cross the 1,000-meter mark, it's Stanford, your race leader, followed by Tennessee. Then it's Loyola Marymount, San Diego State, and a very tightly contest.
Through 1,000 meters, this is the Women's Collegiate Varsity 8 Cal Cup Grand Final. Tennessee is in lane number 1, Stanford in lane 2, Loyola Marymount in lane 3, San Diego State University in lane 4, George Washington in 5, and Sacramento State is in lane number 6. And right now the battle is between Stanford and Tennessee, with Stanford having the edge on it at the moment. Then a slight amount of open water back to a combination. In the back part here, George Washington, they are fighting it out with San Diego State. Loyola Marymount has fallen back just a bit, and Sacramento State and Loyola Marymount pretty much even. Stanford on the lead in lane number 2. This is Tennessee along the shoreline. San Diego State has moved up, and they are in contention for the third spot. They're having to contend with George Washington on their outside shoulder, and then Sacramento State and Loyola Marymount. Stanford on the lead. They are in lane number 2. Tennessee coming along the shoreline. Open water, back to San Diego State, George Washington, Sacramento State, and Loyola Marymount. It continues to be Stanford on the lead. Tennessee has picked up the stroke, but so has Stanford, so they will stay in the same relative positions. Stanford, Tennessee, open water back to San Diego State. George Washington on a charge on the outside. Loyola Marymount making a charge and running at Sacramento State in the back of the pack. Stanford headed towards the finish line, appearing to be the winner, yet unofficially at this point. Stanford followed by Tennessee, San Diego State University, George Washington, and a real fight now between Loyola Marymount and outside to Sacramento State. It is Loyola Marymount by about a mile marker over Sacramento State. Admittedly, it's in the last two positions, but at least it gives bragging rights between those two. Stanford, the unofficial winner of this race. Now looking forward to the men's varsity 8. This is sponsored by the American Specialty Health, and it is the Cal Cup Grand Final. In lane number 1 is Orange Coast College. Santa Clara is in lane number 2. University of British Columbia in lane 3. UC San Diego in lane 4. Davis is in lane 5. San Diego is in lane 6. Notre Dame in lane 7. And Grand Valley in lane number 8.
Event number 87, the Men Collegiate Cal Cup Grand Final. We have 8 crews in this event. We're sitting just beyond the 500-meter mark, so we'll see who's in the lead as soon as they come to us. Right now it appears to be Santa Clara, your race leader, in lane number 2. Then quite a battle for that second, third, and fourth position between Orange Coast College, University of British Columbia, and UC San Diego. All right, now the crews are now in front of us, and it's definitely the Broncos from Santa Clara by open water. The second position is UC San Diego, then it's University of British Columbia, and third, then Orange Coast College, and lane 1 is in that 4th spot. Big battle out here between University of San Diego and Notre Dame. Coming up on the 1,000-meter mark, still on the lead, lane 2, Santa Clara. Second position right now is University of British Columbia. Then it's UC San Diego. Then it's Notre Dame battling Orange Coast College for that 4th position. Then it's University of San Diego, UC Davis, and Grand Valley in that final spot. Santa Clara making a big push now, trying to get some more water on UBC. Thunderbirds
Men's Varsity American Specialty Health, the Cal Cup Grand Final with Orange Coast College, Santa Clara, and British Columbia in lanes 1, 2, and 3. 4, 5, and 6 are the University of San Diego. Check that, the University of California, San Diego, then the Cal campus on Davis, and then the University of San Diego in lane number 6. Notre Dame is in 7, and Grand Valley is in lane number 8. Most crews, with the exception of Orange Coast College, in touch with one another. Santa Clara on the lead. Their outside shoulder is the University of British Columbia. Then comes the University of California, San Diego. USD has moved up on UC Davis. And the outside Notre Dame is hanging in there, with Grand Valley beginning to get off the pace. Santa Clara having their way with this field, although the University of British Columbia is certainly not agreeing with that. University of California, San Diego, and USD. Then comes Davis, Notre Dame, Grand Valley, and then Orange Coast College on the trail. Santa Clara along the shoreline, dark jerseys, dark shell. White jerseys and lighter colored shell. University of British Columbia trying to catch up and putting on a higher stroke count, but Santa Clara responded and so far has been holding them off. In the last 50 meters here, we're going to see who has the best of it. Davis on the outside. Notre Dame has come on strong. This is Santa Clara on the shoreline. University of British Columbia with a furious charge, but it looks like they will run out of race course. And it will be Santa Clara, about a 4-seed winner unofficially over UBC. Then in the middle, University of California, San Diego on the outside, Notre Dame. Bow marker to bow marker. Notre Dame gets it. University of California, San Diego. And then UC San Diego, check that, University of San Diego. Along the shore, Orange Coast College, Davis, and then Grand Valley. Once again, the unofficial winner, Santa Clara. Checking the starting lineman assignments here for the grand final for the Jessup Whittier Cup. This is the premier women's event here at the San Diego Crew Classic, and it will be Texas in lane 1, USC in lane 2, University of Wisconsin in lane 3, Washington State in lane 4, in lane 5, UCLA, and in lane 6, University of British Columbia.
This is the start of Event 88, the Collegiate Women's Varsity 8 Jessup Whittier Cup Grand Final. 6 boats across. All crews exhibiting controlled abandon out of the start. Right now your race leader in lane 1 is Texas. USC and Wisconsin battling for that second spot. Is hanging right in there as well. Washington State, the only boat that's kind of off the pace a bit is University of British Columbia in lane 6. Making that transition now into their race pace. It's the Longhorns in lane 1, University of Texas, your leader. SC and Wisconsin battling for that second spot. 4th position is UCLA. 5th is Washington State. And 6th is University of British Columbia. Crews now approach the 500-meter mark. Texas now with almost a full boat length advantage over Wisconsin. And USC. Wisconsin, USC battling for that second position. UCLA now making a push to take over 4th. But Washington State is going with them as well. Race leader continues to be University of Texas, trying to put a sliver of open water between their stern and SC's bow, and they've done it. Then it's Wisconsin in that 3rd spot, followed by Washington State, your 4th place crew, who sits about 4 seats up on UCLA, who's in 5th, followed by University of British Columbia. 750 meters gone. Once again, this is the Women's Varsity 8 Jessup Whittier Cup Grand Final. Texas continues to leverage that shell ahead. SC is trying to get an overlap, reestablish an overlap with their bow on Texas stern. Texas is having nothing to do with that. They continue to press ahead and they still have open water. Good contest for second place between SC in lane 2 and Wisconsin in lane 3. SC now ratcheting things up a bit. They've moved out to a 6-seat advantage as we pass the 1,000-meter mark. But it's still Texas leading by 1 boat length as SC is closed and their bow is almost breaking the plane of the stern of Texas. But as the lanes are, it's lane 1 through lane 6 in order.
Event here at the San Diego Crew Classic. It is the Jessup Whittier Cup, and it is the grand final. Looking at lane assignments, Texas is in lane number 1, USC in lane 2. In lane 3 is the University of Wisconsin. Washington State out of Spokane is in lane number 4, UCLA in lane number 5, and British Columbia in lane number 6. The boats are pretty much in touch with one another with the possible exception of the University of British Columbia and UCLA. The leader at this time is Texas along the shoreline. It is a bow marker to bow marker battle between USC and Wisconsin, with USC having the very slight advantage at the moment. Then to the outside, Washington State, University of British Columbia, and UCLA. On the move, Texas along the shoreline continues to lead. USC refusing to let them go away. Washington State beginning to make a move on Wisconsin. Wisconsin battling for the early leadership at the beginning of this race has now faded back to 4th position outside the University of British Columbia and UCLA. It is Texas, USC, Wisconsin ever so slightly over Washington State at the moment, University of British Columbia, and UCLA. Texas took over the lead at about the 500-meter mark into this race and has not relinquished it, but USC is not going away. Wisconsin has pushed back against Washington State. On the outside, University of British Columbia and UCLA trailing. Texas, USC, Wisconsin, Washington State, University of British Columbia, UCLA. Texas, it is the burnt orange, Texas along the shoreline. USC stern to bow marker back. Open water to Wisconsin, Washington State, UBC, and UCLA, the apparent yet unofficial winner, Texas, of the Whittier Jessup Cup. USC second, Wisconsin third, Washington State fourth, University of British Columbia, and UCLA. Next up is the premier men's event here at the San Diego Crew Classic. It will be the Collegiate Varsity 8, the Copley Cup Grand Final. Yale will be in lane number 1, California 2, Stanford 3, Michigan Rowing Association in lane 4. In lane 5, the University of Victoria and the University of California Santa Barbara is in lane 6. Coming up, the Copley Cup.
Fastest cruise of the day, event number 89, the men's collegiate varsity 8 Copley Cup. 6 boats across, early race leader in lane 2, California, by 2 seats over Yale. And then Stanford's in that 3rd spot, followed by University of Victoria, Michigan, and UC Santa Barbara. Boy, when the big boys row, you can certainly tell a difference. Big, powerful strokes, legs going down quickly, incredible finishes. What we're going to see here is California and Yale going toe-to-toe, Stanford staying right on their sterns. 500 meters down, the Golden Bears of California, your race leader, by 8 seats over Yale. Yale, that 2nd place boat, has 1 boat length over Stanford. Stanford has 6 seats over the 4th place crew from University of Victoria. Then it's Michigan and UC Santa Barbara battling for positions 5 and 6. Once again, your race leader in lane 2, University of California. Rowing a very deliberate, clean 36.5 strokes per minute. Yale sits with their bow even with the stern of California. Then we've got a 1/4 boat length of open water between Yale and the Cardinal of Stanford. Stanford was 6 seats up on University of Victoria. Then quite a battle for that 5th spot between Michigan and UC Santa Barbara. California now opens a little water between their stern and Yale's bow as we approach the halfway point. Can hear coxswains now calling for moves. It's California, Yale, Stanford, University of Victoria, and then quite a battle for 6th.
And this is the main race for the men. It is the Copley Cup, and it is the grand final. Checking on lane assignments, Yale in lane number 1, currently fighting in out of second place. It is California, our current leader, in lane 2. Stanford is in lane 3. The Michigan Rowing Association is in lane 4. University of British Columbia in lane 5, and UC Santa Barbara in lane number 6. And the call on the positioning at the 1,000-meter mark is California in lane 2, followed by Yale, Stanford, University of British Columbia, Michigan Rowing Association, and the University of California, Santa Barbara. .750 meters to go. Cal continues to hold their lead, but Yale certainly on the shoreline is not going away. Then we have Stanford, but on the far outside, University of Victoria has pushed themselves into a competitive position. And on the far outside, University of California, Santa Barbara has edged up. And then Michigan Rowing Association. California along the second lane continues to lead. Yale trying to keep with them. There's some open water back now to lane number 5. University of Victoria has pushed themselves in to eclipse Stanford. On the far outside, the University of California, Santa Barbara, and the Michigan Rowing Association. 250 to go. Cal on the lead. They have been since the early going. Yale trying to kick it up, but Cal is responding back and keeping the same split between themselves and Yale. California in the lead. They are in lane 2. Yale is in lane 1. Open water back to the University of Victoria, Stanford, then Santa Barbara and Michigan Rowing Association. California looks like they're going to come back. They had won it 3 years in a row. Yale won it last year, but it looks like the Golden Bears are back at it as they are apparently the winners of 4 of the 5 current races. It is California. Yale, open water. Stanford coming on back against Victoria. In the third spot, it is Stanford and Victoria. Victoria on the outside. They look like they got it. Stanford putting on a furious charge at the end, failed to overcome University of California, Santa Barbara, and Michigan Rowing Association. So for the winner 4 times in the last 5 years for the Copley Cup, it is the University of California, Berkeley in first position, breaking the defending champion from last year, Yale, in second spot. That any drone pilots in the area, you need to be aware that this particular area has restricted airspace at the moment, and if we find out where you are, unfortunately, we need to pursue it. This is a air protected area today, and if you are flying a drone in the area, we would especially like to have you stop rather than being prosecuted in some way, shape, or form. Drone area is closed in this particular location, so if you are flying a drone, kindly remove it from the area so that it doesn't cause pain for you or anybody else that might be around. Next up, we have the Women's Collegiate Varsity 8 Jessup Whittier Cup Petite Final, and the lane assignments are the University of Victoria, University of San Diego, and the University of California at Santa Barbara. The Petite Final coming up.
Crews in this race. The race leader in lane 1 is University of Victoria, followed by in lane 2, University of San Diego. In 3 is UC Santa Barbara. .250 meters into the race, University of Victoria has a 3 to 4 seat advantage over University of San Diego. University of San Diego sits 8 seats up on the 3rd place Gaucho crew from the University of California, Santa Barbara. Victoria in lane 1 has a 5-seat advantage as we pass the 500 meter mark. Toreros in 2nd spot have 1 boat length on 3rd place UC Santa Barbara. University of Victoria still striking the water at 35.5 strokes per minute. University of San Diego a touch higher at 37. 750 meters are in the books. Race leader in lane 1, University of Victoria. University of San Diego is in that 2nd spot. Open water astern is UC Santa Barbara. Victoria now lengthening things out a bit at 35 strokes per minute. It seems to be working as they're now 6, maybe even 7 seats up on that 2nd place crew. Coming up on the 1,000 meter mark, still lane 1, University of Victoria, followed by University of San Diego. And then in 3rd spot, open water astern, is UC Santa Barbara.
Get ready to pass. Get ready to pass in 3, 2, 1.
Coming to the 1,000 meter mark, it is San Diego's Jessup Whittier Cup Petite Final. And the lane assignments, University of Victoria, San Diego, and the University of California, Santa Barbara. and that is basically their lineup as they move along. The only boat out of touch would be the University of California, Santa Barbara. USD is hanging in there with Victoria, and it'll be interesting to see during the last 500 meters of this race who has some reserve energy to be able to push this thing through to the finish. Victoria has led it throughout, but the University of San Diego has been chipping away at that lead from about 500 meters to 1,000 meters, and now they seem to be closing in on it even more with only 700, check that, only 500 meters to go. So it'll be remaining to be seen whether Victoria has the staying power or the University of San Diego can dig back and pick up and overtake the Victoria crew. Currently back is the University of California, Santa Barbara on the third lane outside. It remains Victoria, but USD is making a race out of it. Open water back to Santa Barbara. Victoria on the shoreline. University of San Diego, as I mentioned, chipping away ever so slightly and pushing up on Victoria. USD in second spot. Victoria beginning to bear out, dangerously close to being out of lane as San Diego is bearing in. It is Victoria along the shoreline, but University of San Diego keeps moving, keeps moving, keeps moving. Victoria trying to hang on. About a 3 or 4 seat difference, so unless something drastically happens, it looks like Victoria will hold them off. Victoria on the shoreline, about a 4-seat lead over the University of San Diego as the Toreros made a run of it, but ran out of race course. Victoria, the unofficial winner, University of San Diego, and the University of California, Santa Barbara on the trail. Next up, the American Specialty Health Cal Cup Petite Final, the men's varsity 8s. UCLA will be there. University of California, Irvine, MIT. Then in lane number 4, Gonzaga, Purdue, Vanderbilt. And then in lane number 7, San Diego State. And in lane number 8, the California Maritime Academy. Here Now provides real-time location-based services for industries and people who work and live in real time. Thank you for joining the 2017 San Diego Crew Classic team.
Now coming at us, event number 91. Men's Collegiate Varsity 8 Cal Cup Petite Final. 8 boats in this one. Once again, the conditions here in Mission Bay continue to be exquisite for racing. No wind, flat water, fast cruise. I haven't said this too often, but in lane 8, CMA is your race leader, along with UC Irvine, now extending their lead in lane 2. So CMA was there for a moment, but the Anteaters from UC Irvine in lane 2 now are putting it to the rest of the cruise. CMA continues to be strong in that second position. in lane 8. Third is very tough to call between a bunch of crews. There's UCLA in on the shore. Then MIT is there. So I'm going to wait until their positions present themselves. 500 meters we've just passed, and it's UC Irvine, your race leader. Second position, the crew closest to us, is CMA. Third position goes to MIT in lane number 3. Fourth in lane 5 is Purdue. Fifth is UCLA, and then the others are too close to call. The only crew that's off the pace a bit is San Diego State in lane 7. 750 meters have gone, and it's UC Irvine, your race leader, followed by CMA, who's been striding out at a very high cadence. I'm just concerned that they're going to burn too much fuel to be able to hang on. In fact, they're now starting to fade. It's MIT now in that second position. Third continues to be CMA, but Purdue is in fourth. Fifth is Gonzaga. And then it's the Bruins in lane 1 from UCLA. Seventh position goes to Vanderbilt. And then it's San Diego State in that final spot. Halfway there, UC Irvine, your race leader, but MIT is putting on a big push. And in fact, their bow ball is broken the plane of Irvine's stern. They have an overlap. The CMA crew refuses to go. Now back on that third.
On the water with race number 91, the men's varsity 8. And this is the American Specialty Health Cup Petite Final. UCLA in lane number 1. UC Irvine in lane 2. 3 and 4 are finding MIT and Gonzaga. In lane number 5, it is Purdue, Vanderbilt in 6. San Diego State University in 7, and on the far outside, the California Maritime Academy from Vallejo, California in lane number 8. On the lead is UC Irvine. On their outside shoulder, MIT. Gonzaga has fallen back. Purdue has moved up. Vandy, San Diego State, and the California Maritime Academy with UCLA trailing. UC Irvine and MIT have been after each other most of the course. With UC Irvine on the lead, MIT has made a move inside 500 meters to go. The only crew out of touch right now is UCLA on the shoreline, as we are pretty tightly bunched after that. Purdue, Vandy, Gonzaga, CMA, and San Diego State, then UCLA. It is UCI, University of California, Irvine, MIT, some open water back to now Gonzaga, Purdue, Vandy, CMA, San Diego State, and UCLA. UC Irvine with a stern to bow marker lead over MIT now. Outside we go to Gonzaga, then Vandy and Purdue, California Maritime Academy, San Diego State and UCLA. 1-2, UCI and MIT. Then it looks like Gonzaga, very tight race between Purdue and Vandy, right on the nose. Too close to call outside CMA, San Diego State and UCLA. Despite the furious finish between Vandy and Purdue, the unofficial yet apparent winner, University of California, Irvine, followed by MIT. Next up is the Women's Collegiate Varsity Cal Cup Petite Final. It is St. Joseph in lane number 1, Southern Methodist in 2, St. Mary's in 3. Villanova will be working out of lane number 4, and Santa Clara in lane number 5. After that, we will have a short break and an opportunity for you to patronize the food booths and also check out some of the vendors' booths around the San Diego Crew Classic campus.
Bring you down, and we will.
Now coming into view, number 92, the Women's Collegiate Varsity 8 Cal Cup. We have 5 crews in this event. As they approach, it appears that your race leader in lane 2 is Southern Methodist. There are 3 or 4 crews battling for that second spot. But Southern Methodist definitely your race leader in lane 2. Can hear their coxswain calling for a power 10 as they approach the 500-meter mark. Crew in lane 1 now has second position. That's St. Joseph's. And then a battle for that third position between St. Mary's and Villanova. St. Mary's in lane 3, Villanova in lane 4. And just to shade off the pace of the other boats is Santa Clara in lane 5. Southern Methodist showing very strong finishes here, has moved up to an 8-seat advantage over St. Joe in lane 1. Villanova has passed St. Mary's for that third spot, and Santa Clara still trails. 7:50 gone. Southern Methodist still with an 8-seat advantage over St. Joe. Quite a battle for that third spot. Right now, Villanova still can claim that position over St. Mary's. Southern Methodist wanting to break clear of the crew in second place, St. Joseph in lane 1. Halfway mark is coming up, 1,000 meters. Right now, the coxswain of the same Southern Methodist crew sets even with the bow ball. Villanova making a very big push. Going to be challenging for that second spot. Villanova rowing in lane 4. They're only 2 seats down.
The Cal Cup Petite Final is on the water. This is race number 92, the Women's Collegiate Group coming down our way. In lane number 1 is St. Joseph's. Southern Methodist is in lane 2. St. Mary's is occupying lane 3. Lane 4 is handled by Villanova, and Santa Clara in lane number 5. Pretty tight race between the first 2 lanes, St. Joseph's and SMU. Then outside to Villanova, St. Mary's, and Santa Clara a bit out of touch at this point. SMU looks like they've overtaken St. Joseph's. Now to the outside to Villanova, St. Mary's, and Santa Clara. St. Joseph had the better part of things during the early going here, but it appears that Southern Methodist University has come on and taken over the leadership. Villanova trying to stay with the group. Then St. Mary's and Santa Clara open water back. SMU in lane number 2. They took over the leadership just this side of 1,000 meters to go. St. Joseph's had led in the early going. Villanova trying to hang in there. Then some open water back to St. Mary's, and on the far outside, Santa Clara. SMU inside 750 meters to go in our 2,000-meter race. An outstanding day on San Diego's Mission Bay. Temperatures approaching the mid-60s and little or no wind, which is a great boon to the racing crews that have been coming down our course. SMU on the lead. Villanova now pushing up to challenge St. Joe's. St. Mary's and Santa Clara on the outside. Santa Clara out of touch. SMU. Villanova is now pushed up on St. Joseph's. St. Mary's is back, and trailing is Santa Clara. Tightening up for second place, but SMU appears to have a handle on that first place spot. St. Joseph's has responded to the outside charge of Villanova, and St. Mary's is trying to hang in there. Santa Clara in the trailing position. Southern Methodist University looks like they'll hang on and win it. Open water, but watch second place. St. Joseph's along the shoreline. Outside, Villanova in between St. Mary's. It looks like St. Joseph's outside Villanova. St. Joseph's by a bow marker. Villanova, then St. Mary's and Santa Clara. The challenge for second place all set aside. The winner, Southern Methodist University. What? Union Bank is the proud sponsor of the 44th anniversary of the San Diego Crew Classic, and Union Bank offers personal banking services that are exclusively designed to meet your financial needs, because Union Bank knows that you deserve more. American Specialty Health, a national health services company, began sponsoring the San Diego Crew Classic more than 16 years ago. Hats off to American Specialty Health. 44th year of the San Diego Crew Classic, and each year, of course, we have a brand new logo, and those logos are transferred onto numerous clothing products that are available at the merchandise tent. Stop by the merchandise tent and enjoy your purchase of a San Diego Crew Classic logoed wearing apparel. San Diego's largest law firm proudly supports the San Diego Crew Classic. Cheers to commitment, discipline, perseverance, and teamwork. Procopio. In this little bit of a break, you're invited to stop by the Concept 2 CTS tent, that is, for any of your ore maintenance needs. That's Concept 2. They have an outstanding display right here on campus.
Oh, I was like,
Practice.
the San Diego Crew Classic salutes ZLAC Rowing Club's 125th year. ZLAC is the oldest women's rowing club in the world. We will recognize this milestone at the Classic Brunch by the Bay with a historical display and ZLAC memorabilia, as well as decorating the tent in the ZLAC colors of black and yellow. We are very grateful for the many volunteers and ZLAC women who have contributed their time, energy, and talents to the San Diego Crew Classic for its 44 years. We are pleased to honor ZLAC and their quas-centennial celebration.
That's what I'm saying. I think.
Prevent disease and stay healthy. Complete a health exam in one day. Visit sharp.com/Cushman. N&D Sports has been a merchandise provider for the Super Bowl for over 20 years, and now they're here at the Crew Classic. Check out all their great products at the merchandise tent. American Specialty Health founder George DeVries rowed at Culver Military Academy and at UCSD. Visit the beer garden and taste one of the best local craft brews in the U.S. Stone Brewing opened in San Diego, California in 1996 and has been called the all-time top brewery on planet Earth at Buy Beer Advocate magazine twice. Stone is the 9th largest craft brewer in the U.S. with breweries in Richmond, Virginia, and Berlin, Germany. The San Diego Crew Classic thanks Newport Aquatic Center for providing still water vessels for our regatta. Stillwater launches are designed to perform in low-wake and no-wake environments. Efficient operation allows the boats to reach comfortably high speeds with very little horsepower and very low fuel consumption, making them well-suited for coaching various water sports and cruising or patrolling protected waterways.
announce the
Okay, can I get a mic check? Okay, this is
Club
a
4 with final. This is race number 93, and it will feature Western Washington, Humboldt State in lane number 2, Purdue in lane number 3. University of California, San Diego will be in lane number 4. Long Beach State will be working out of lane number 5. In lane 6, it is the University of California, Davis. Cal Berkeley will be in lane number 7, and Colorado will be in lane number 8. So we have a full race course set to go for the Women's Collegiate Division 2, Division 3 Club 4 with final.
followed by the crew in 7, UC Berkeley. And then followed by the crew in lane 6, UC Davis, with Colorado bringing up the field in lane 8. Approaching that first 500-meter mark, our leader still appears to be the crew in lane 1. Western Washington, they're being challenged now in lane 2 by Humboldt State, who has taken over that second place position. Maybe they're by a seat over the crew in lane 5, our crew from Long Beach State. Long Beach State by open water over Purdue in lane 3, by 2 seats over the crew lane 4. That'd be UC San Diego. And then UC Berkeley in the lane 7, the outside here. Then UC Davis, lane 6. Then open water to Colorado in lane 8. All crews have settled into their racing cadence. Colorado did have a rough start, had to restart themselves from a dead stop. And they're trying to get back into this race out there in the far lane 8. But approaching 750 down, and it looks like the crew in lane 5 is now our leader. That would be Long Beach State. They have pushed ahead of the crew in lane 1, Western Washington, who's up by about 2 seats. Humboldt State, lane 2, to 2 seats of the crew in lane 7 now, UC Berkeley. Cal has taken over that 4th position, followed by Purdue in lane 3, UC San Diego in lane 4, UC Davis in lane 6, and Colorado in lane 8. This is the Women's Collegiate D2, D3 Club 4 plus Coxswain. Coxswain sitting in the front of the shell, looking down the race course straight ahead behind the bow oars person. Approaching 1,000 meters gone. It is, our leader is in lane 5, Long Beach State, maybe by a bow ball over lane 1, Western Washington, over lane 2, Humboldt State. Then it's lane 7, Cal, lane 3, Purdue, lane 4, UC San Diego, then UC Davis and Colorado. That's the call from 1,000 meters.
Ready to pass it?
Okay, so we'll continue.
The Women's Collegiate D2, D3 Club 4 with. This is the single race that this cruise will be in, but it is considered to be a final. Western Washington is in lane number 1. Humboldt State in lane 2. Purdue is in lane 3. University of California, San Diego in lane 4. Our current leader all the way out in lane number 5 is Long Beach State. UC Davis is in lane 6. Cal Berkeley in lane 7, and in lane number 8, Colorado. So a full house headed our way as they are through the first 1,000 meters. The only crew that right now seems to be a bit out of it Davis and Colorado are not in touch, but the rest of the crews within striking distance as they get to 750 meters to go in this race. On the far outside, Long Beach State currently has the best of Western Washington in lane number 1. Far, far outside in lane number 7 is Cal, and they are putting on a push to get into this thing. So right now it's Long Beach, Western Washington, and Cal, Berkeley in the upper echelon. Then Humboldt State, Purdue, and University of California, San Diego vying for trailing positions, with Davis and Cal way, way back. Along the shoreline, Western Washington looks like they've picked it up, and they have eclipsed Long Beach State on the outside, with California Berkeley trying to hang in there. Then we have some open water back to Humboldt State. Purdue and University of California San Diego getting after each other. Davis trailing by a considerable amount, in Colorado almost not even in sight. They seem to be struggling mightily here in this race number 92. Check that 93 on your race card. Along the shore, Western Washington has overcome Long Beach on the outside. Cal, continuing to try to compete in this one, is in third. And now moving up, Humboldt State. Humboldt State challenging for the leadership. They have gotten past Long Beach State, and then Cal, and then we have Purdue and the University of California, San Diego, Davis, and Colorado trailing. Western Washington with the neon green hats coming towards the finish line. A strong push by Humboldt State. They are trying to overtake Long Beach. It is Humboldt State fighting for that second spot, and they just get it by a half a bow length unofficially. Then Long Beach State and Cal on the outside, followed by Purdue, University of California, San Diego, and Davis and Colorado are still on the course. But Western Washington held off a last-minute challenge from Humboldt State and is the unofficial yet apparent winner of the race number 93, the Women's Collegiate D2-D3 Club Final. Next up is going to be 94, and this is the Women's Collegiate D2-D3 Club Novice Petite Final. And it will be a match race between two crews from Southern Oregon.
This is event 94. This is the Women's Collegiate D2-D3 Club Novice 8 Petite Final. Two crews in this race, both from the same university. We have Southern Oregon University A boat in lane 1, and they are our leader by about open water to the other shell from Southern Oregon University in lane 2. So through 500 meters, Southern Oregon University A boat is up by open water, about one length open water to the B boat from Southern Oregon University. Coming through 750 meters, Southern Oregon University A boat is now about 2 lengths open water in front of its B boat. Both crews rowing real comfortably in the wind protected area along Ski Beach right now. These are the Women's Collegiate Novice 8, D2 and D3. This is a petite final, and these two crews are fighting it out for bragging rights in their own boathouse. Right now the A boat is thinking that they're going to have those bragging rights. They're about 2 lengths open water to their teammates in lane 2. That's 1,000 meters. It's the A boat from Southern Oregon University up by about 2 lengths over the B boat from Southern Oregon University. These are the novice women. This is a petite final.
Handing off in 3, 2, 1.
Race 94 on the water, and this is a petite final. It is in the category of D2, D3, and club event. These are novices, and there is an in-house battle going on right now between Southern Oregon's A boat and Southern Oregon's B boat. And whenever you get a situation like this, whether in competition or even in training, there is a lot on stake for the B boat to show up the A boat. But right now, the A's have opened up over the B's. So this is a 4. Check that. This is an 8, and it is a petite final. Award ceremonies will be going on consistently while the races progress this afternoon. And so if you know that your crew or the crew you are supporting has won a position, you might want to wander over to the presentation stage, which is just a little bit north of the Jumbotron. This is a battle for bragging rights within a university. Southern Oregon University has 2 crews out there in this petite final. And so far, the A crew is showing that they are the A crew at Southern Oregon University, as they have a substantial lead boat. For those of you who have possibly joined us on the internet throughout the United States and hopefully beyond the U.S. borders, this is San Diego's Mission Bay, one of 2 bays in the area. It is basically the recreational bay, San Diego Bay being the commercial and military bay, albeit they do have some recreational activities over there as well. Temperatures in the mid-60s today in San Diego, and the wind beginning to pick up, a westerly wind that is a little bit stronger than we've had earlier. This is Southern Oregon, the 44th annual San Diego. And if you are in a cold weather area, you might consider marking the first part of April on your calendar for next year, although the dates have not officially been set. But that's generally the time that this event takes place. And possibly you might join us in the 45th edition of the San Diego Crew Classic. Southern Oregon's A boat has passed through the finish line, and the Southern Oregon University B boat is moving towards the finish here as we get ready to go for race number 95. It is the Women's Collegiate D2, D3 Club Novice Grand Final. And looking at lane assignments for that, it is UC Davis in lane number 1, Orange Coast College in lane 2, Humboldt State in lane 3. University of California, San Diego will be moving along out of lane number 4, while 5 and 6 will be occupied by Colorado in 5 and the University of California, Santa Barbara in 6.
Okay, this is event 95. This is the women's collegiate D2, D3 novice 8. It's a grand final. 6 crews in this race. And through the first 100 meters, our leader is in lane 2, Orange Coast College, followed by lane 1. And then lane 3, Humboldt, followed by lane 5, Colorado, lane 4, UC San Diego, and then lane 5, the Gauchos from UC Santa Barbara. .250 meters gone, and Orange Coast College continues to be our leader. Out there in the near lane in lane 2, followed closely by the crew in lane 1. That would by UC Davis. UC Davis being challenged for that second position by Humboldt in lane 3, followed closely by Colorado in lane 5. Then UC San Diego in lane 4, and they are being chased in lane 6 by UC Santa Barbara. 500 meters down, and our leader continues to be Orange Coast College. They've led out of the block so far. They're holding off UC Davis in lane 1. In that third position is in lane 3, Humboldt. And that fourth position still is in lane 5, Colorado. But in lane 4, UC San Diego is putting a challenge on for that fourth position and even that third position. And in lane 6, we have the Gauchos of UC Santa Barbara bringing up that final position. These are novice women. This is a grand final. This is the D2, D3 novice women 8-person shell grand final. 750 gone. Orange Coast College continues to lead. Lane 2, they're in the red shell, rowing at a smooth, comfortable cadence. They are up by about 4 seats to UC Davis in lane 1, who is up by 8 seats to Humboldt State in lane 3. Humboldt has 8 seats on lane 5. Colorado. Colorado is up by 3 seats to University of California, San Diego, who has open water over University of California, Santa Barbara. Now approaching that 1,000-meter mark, UC Davis is starting to put a push on Orange Coast. They are almost even. It's a battle for that first position between lane 2 and lane 1. Bringing up that third position in lane 3, Humboldt State. They are holding off in lane 5, Colorado, who has been putting a charge on also at the 750 mark. Also kicking up a 10, University of California, San Diego is challenging in lane 4. And UC Santa Barbara has open water behind UC San Diego.
Women's Collegiate Division II, Division III Club Novice event. This is their grand final. And in lane number 1, it is the current leader, UC Davis. Orange Coast College is in the second place, and in lane number 2, Humboldt State is occupying lane 3, University of California in lane 4, Colorado in lane 5, and UC Santa Barbara is in lane 6. At the 1,000-meter mark, the only crew that seems a bit out of touch would be in lane number 6 at Santa Barbara, and also trailing is University of California, San Diego. But taking a look at our leader, Davis has led throughout. However, they can't seem to shake Orange Coast College completely. All the way on the outside, Colorado is going after Humboldt State for that third position. And then the California campus of San Diego, and finally the Santa Barbara campus of the University of California. UC Davis, as the Cal system is nicely represented here with 3 crews in this one. UC Davis on the lead. They are being shadowed by Orange Coast College. And I suspect when we get inside 100 meters, there will be crews digging down deep to try to get things going. Davis has continued to hold off Orange Coast College, while on the outside, Colorado has steadily moved up and overtaken Humboldt State. University of California, San Diego, and then Santa Barbara are trailing. So the Davis crew will begin to dig down deep to see if they can hold on. Orange Coast College had a little bit of a course correction there from one side of their lane to the other, and that never bodes well for keeping momentum going, but they are pressing Davis all the way. It is Davis, Orange Coast College, outside to Colorado, Humboldt State trying to get back into it. Open water to UC San Diego, and more open water to UC Santa Barbara. Inside the final 50 meters, it is Davis hanging on. Orange Coast College continuing to threaten. Humboldt State has pushed back against Colorado. That one's going to be tight. University of California, San Diego, and UC Santa Barbara trailing. This is Davis along the shoreline. They have a stern to bow marker lead over Orange Coast College. The race to watch will be for third as Humboldt State on the near side and Colorado on the far side battle it out with Humboldt State having the edge right now. Davis, the apparent yet unofficial winner, then Orange Coast College. Humboldt State coming from way back as they were behind Colorado, but it has switched. It is Humboldt State coming to the finish line, and I don't know that they know where the finish line is as they let up early, and Colorado almost caught them at the wire. University of California, San Diego, and Santa Barbara trailed. Humboldt State almost gave it up. I believe that they weren't quite sure where the finish line was, and they eased up, and Colorado almost caught them. But that aside, the apparent winner, yet unofficial, University of California, Davis, Orange Coast College, Humboldt State by a whisker, and Colorado, then UC San Diego and UC Santa Barbara. We'll have to wait and see whether they can get the crews underway or whether they're going to have to move them back. So this is on schedule, the 96th race, the Women's Master Club Championship, Thalia Considine Cup, their petite final. But we may have to move forward another race to cover the equipment breakage on this one. So we'll try to keep you posted on that. Howsoever, it will create a bit of a break in what's going on. And once again, we'd certainly invite you to support the vendors here at the San Diego Crew Classic, as well as the food vendors that are on campus. Also, it might be an opportunity, since we have a little bit of a break here, to stop by the merchandise tent. As we've mentioned several times before, we've got all kinds of logoed equipment in there, and all of the equipment that is logoed has the 2017 logo on it.
The San Diego Crew Classic salutes Slack Rowing Club's 125th year. Slack is the oldest women's rowing club in the world. We will recognize this milestone at the Classic Brunch by the Bay with a historical display and Slack memorabilia, as well as decorating the tent in Slack colors of black and yellow. We are very grateful for the many volunteers and Slack women who have contributed their time, energy, and talents to the Crew Classic for its 44 years. We are pleased to honor Slack in their 125th celebration.
Championship 8 petite final. 3 crews in this race, lanes 4, 5, and 6. Our early leader is in lane 5. That's Los Angeles Rowing Club. They are up by about 3 seats to College Club in lane 4. Up by open water to the crew in lane 6. That's Lake Las Vegas Rowing Club. However, Lake Las Vegas is rowing with 7 oars women. One of their number 5 oars person had an injury. She is not in the shell, but they chose to race with 7, and they're doing quite well. Through the first 250 meters, Los Angeles Rowing Club is our leader by about 6 seats over College Club, the Seattle crew, by about open water to Lake Las Vegas Rowing Club. Three shells in this race. The Women's Masters Club Championship 8 petite final. Pushing up to the 500-meter mark, Los Angeles Rowing Club rowing comfortably with about an 8-seat lead now over the crew in lane 4, College Club from Seattle, who has about half a boat length open water to Lake Las Vegas Rowing Club in lane 6. All 3 crews have settled into their racing cadence. And they're pushing up to that 750-meter mark. And Los Angeles Rowing Club is still holding on to the same amount of a lead over College Club Seattle by about 4 seats. Open water now. And Lake Las Vegas, rowing with 7, is hanging right in there with this field. So through 750, it's the crew in lane 5. Los Angeles Rowing Club has a comfortable lead now over lane 4, College Club. About 3 seats, 4 seats open water, who has a boat length open water to Lake Las Vegas Rowing Club in lane 6. All 3 crews are taking advantage of the calm water in the lee of the shoreline right now, preparing for crossing the wind coming across under the South Ingram Bridge. But as we push through 1,000 meters, Los Angeles Rowing Club in lane 5 continues to be the leader over lane 4, College Club Seattle. And then it's Lake Las Vegas Rowing Club in lane 6 in that 3rd position. At 1,000 meters, it's Los Angeles, then College Club, then Lake Las Vegas. That's our call.
Only 3 crews in this one. Couple of scratches and a breakage have limited to the College Club Seattle in lane number 4, Los Angeles Rowing Club in lane number 5, and Lake Las Vegas in lane number 6. And right now Los Angeles has the edge. College Club Seattle and then Lake Las Vegas is trailing. So this is the Women's Master Club Championship, the Leila Considine Cup, the petite final. And because of the delay, because of the breakage in this race, the Men's Masters Club Championship and their petite final is on the water. So we will pick that up after we complete this race. Lake Union, Chinook, and Marin B boats are all out of this one, and the only ones in are the College Club Seattle, Los Angeles Rowing Club, and Las Vegas, Lake Las Vegas to be specific. Los Angeles has a substantial open water lead over the College Club Seattle, and there is a substantial amount of open water to Lake Las Vegas on the far outside. On the water and headed this way, as soon as we can get a reading on that, will be Rio Salado, SAC, and the University of San Diego, and that will be the comparable event to the one we're watching now. The women's event is the petite final, and the men's masters will also be a petite final. Make up a little bit of time there on the water already as we watch Los Angeles with a commanding lead. College Club Seattle is in second spot, and Las Vegas is in that third position. About 250 meters to go. Looking at the race that's on the water, Rio Salado appears to be in the lead with San Diego and SAC in second and third. Turning our attention to the race that is closing towards the finish line, this is Los Angeles on the lead. College Club Seattle in second, and Lake Las Vegas in third. Back-to-back, first with the women and then with the men masters in both cases. These are petite finals, as Los Angeles has the edge here by about 2 boat lengths of open water. College Club Seattle in second and Lake Las Vegas in third. Turning our attention to the male counterpart of this particular race, a little bit tighter. Looks like all 3 crews are right across bow marker to bow marker, and we will give a slight edge to Rio Salado as we look back to the finish line to the women's contest in this particular category, the women's masters, and it looks like Los Angeles has been declared the unofficial winner here, followed by College Club Seattle and Lake Las Vegas. Now as the crews are reaching the 1,000-meter mark.
4 seats open water over Sacramento State Aquatic Center, who's leading third place crew, which is San Diego Rowing Club, by about 3 seats. That's the call from 1,000 meters.
And SAC has moved up on San Diego. So this is a 3-boat race. It is the Men's Masters Club Championship Petite Final. Lane 1 is Rio Salado, lane 2 SAC, and lane 3 is San Diego. And right now, they are in those positions on the progress with Rio Salado on the lead. SAC trying to hold off San Diego for second spot as they are now inside 750 meters to go. Also on the water as we are finishing up with the race 97, 98 is on the water. USC, Texas, University of Wisconsin, UCLA, San Diego, and Washington State. And that race is the Women's Collegiate Varsity 4, the Karen Plumley Courtney Grand Final. So this is an important race in this particular category. And to make up for the time from the equipment breakage of a couple of races ago, they are already on the water as we are watching Rio Salado kind of having their way here in this 3-boat race, which is the petite final for the men's master. Rio Salado, SAC, and San Diego in that order. Rio Salado closer to the shoreline. And each crew appears to be about a stern to bow marker distance away from each other. And that position has held pretty much since the 1,000-meter mark. Looking down the line to the race that is behind this, it looks like the crews in lane 1 and 4 are in pretty good shape. The USC crew in lane number 1 and UCLA in 4, followed by Texas, University of Wisconsin, then outside to San Diego and Washington State. That is not the race that is nearing the finish line. That race is Rio Salado in the lead, SAC in second, and San Diego in third. And it almost looks like a micrometer has been used to keep this exact distance apart ever since the 1,000-meter mark. Each crew is about a boat length behind the one in front of it, Rio Salado, SAC, and San Diego.
California for that first position. Hanging in there also in the hunt is University of Texas in lane 2. In the fourth position, lane 4 is UCLA, followed by the crew in lane 5, the University of San Diego, who's holding off Washington State in lane 6. 1,000 meters down. And it appears that the University of Southern California in lane 1 has now taken the lead, a slight lead over Wisconsin in lane 3. Texas also in there in third position in lane 2, down by 4 seats to Wisconsin. Then it's UCLA down by about a half a boat length of open water. Then the
We are on the water with the women's collegiate varsity 4-width. This is the final for the Karen Plumley Courtney Grand Final. It is USC in lane number 1, Texas in lane 2, check that, and then Wisconsin in lane number 3, UCLA in lane 4, University of San Diego in lane 5, and Washington State in lane number 6. Current first place battle is between USC in lane 1 and Wisconsin in lane 3. Texas trying to stay with them. UCLA, then Washington State and USD. Nearly 1,500 meters into this 2,000-meter course, it continues to be Wisconsin in lane 3 and USC in lane 1. Texas is trying to hang in there. Then there's open water back to UCLA and Washington State and the University of San Diego. Once again, it sounds as though the USC pep band is on campus again this year. They consistently make the trip down from Los Angeles to be able to support the University of Southern California crews as they compete in our San Diego Crew Classic. And right now they are competing rather smartly as they appear to have a slight lead over Wisconsin, with Texas trying to hang in there. Then we have open water back to UCLA, Washington State, and the University of San Diego. The Trojans trying to get rid of the Badgers. The Longhorns trying to scoot into contention. UCLA, Washington State, and the University of San Diego trailing. Things are beginning to shape up pretty strongly for a 1-2-3 finish here. USC on the shoreline, but they are being pressured by Wisconsin, and Texas has picked it up, challenging Wisconsin for second place. Then UCLA, Washington State, and the University of San Diego. On the shoreline, USC. Texas coming on strong, bow marker to bow marker with Wisconsin. UCLA, Washington State, University of San Diego. USC continuing to hold on. There's a furious charge by Texas over Wisconsin as the Badgers, or rather the Longhorns, seem to have gotten it. USC on the shoreline, continuing to hang in there. Texas has moved into second. Wisconsin dropping back to third. It is unofficially USC, Texas, Wisconsin. Open water back to Cruz. On the water still UCLA, Washington State, and the University of San Diego.
Actually, lane 2 is our leader. That's UCLA. They are up on lane 4. University of Tennessee, who has about 2 seats on lane 3. Sacramento State, who has open water to lane 5. San Diego State University, who has 1 boat length on lane 6. Southern Methodist, who has open water to lane 7, University of California at Santa Barbara. 750 down, pushing towards that 1,000-meter mark. And it's our crew in lane 2. There is no crew in lane 1, but our crew in lane 2, that's UCLA as the leader. They are holding on to a lead over the women from Tennessee in lane 4, who have a 4-seat lead over the crew from Sacramento State in lane 3, who has open water to San Diego State University in lane 5. Then Southern Methodist and the University of California, Santa Barbara in lane 7. Well through 1,000 meters, our leader continues to be the crew in the near lane, lane 2, UCLA. Then it's Tennessee in lane 4. Then Sacramento State, San Diego State University, Southern Methodist, and then UC Santa Barbara.
This is the Women's Collegiate 4-width final. University of Southern California in lane number 1, their arch rival to their outside in lane number 2, UCLA, followed by Sacramento State in lane 3. Lane 4 is Tennessee. Lane 5, San Diego State University. Southern Methodist and University of Santa Barbara, University of California, Santa Barbara, occupying lanes 6 and 7. USC continues to hang on to the lead as toe-to-toe battles between SC and UCLA are 1-1 so far today. The crew is coming through the Ingram Street Bridge, and as you've noted, the wind has picked up considerably here and presents a challenge to the crews as they come through that area. USC, Sacramento State, UCLA is dropping back to 3rd position. Outside of outside of Sacramento State is Tennessee. Then farther outside San Diego State and SMU, the only crew out of touch here is the University of California, Santa Barbara. USC and Sacramento State now the boats to watch as UCLA has fallen back. There's open water back to Tennessee, San Diego State on their outside quarter, and then SMU and the University of California, Santa Barbara. Well, somebody is not accounted for here as we only see 6 crews on the water. So one of the other, SMU or Santa Barbara, is not in this thing. So we'll turn our attention back to the front, and that will be USC as they continue to try to hold off Sacramento State. In between them, UCLA. Farther outside is going to be Tennessee, and outside there is San Diego State. And whichever crew, SMU or Santa Barbara, is trailing. USC pulling hard. Positions can change much more quickly in 4s, but it looks like SC has a handle on it over Sacramento State. Arch rival UCLA, open water back to Tennessee, and more open water back to San Diego State. At the finish line, USC, the unofficial winner. Sacramento State is trailing by about a boat length, and then open water back to UCLA a boat length or 2, and then several boat lengths back to Tennessee, and about 2.5 boat lengths back to San Diego State University. So the winner of the women's collegiate 4-width, their final, University of Southern California, followed unofficially by Sacramento State and UCLA. Next up, we have the men's collegiate novice 8. This is their final run. Lane assignments, Orange Coast College in lane number 1, UC Santa Barbara in lane 2, Davis is in lane 3, UC Berkeley in lane 4, Colorado in lane 5, and Southern Cal is in lane 6.
Continues to be Orange Coast College in lane 1, holding off a challenge in lane 4 by Cal. So 1-2 positions. In that third position continues to be UC Davis in lane 3, who has a 2-seat lead over the Gauchos from Santa Barbara in lane 2. Followed by a real close race for that 5th and 6th position in lanes 5 and 6. It's University of Southern California in lane 6, fighting off Colorado in lane 5. Well through 500 meters, pushing towards 750. Orange Coast College taking advantage of the quiet water in that lane 1 is extended their lead over Cal in lane 4. Cal holding on to about an 8-seat lead to UC Davis in lane 3, who has about a 1-seat lead to the Gauchos of Santa Barbara in lane 2. It's a dogfight for that third position, lanes 2 and 3. Then in the 5th position, it's the crew from the University of Southern California in lane 6, holding off Colorado in lane 5. Coming up on the 1,000-meter mark, Orange Coast College still holding on to about a 1-boat lead over Cal in lane 4. Then it's lane 2. Santa Barbara has edged out into the 3rd position by about a seat over UC Davis in lane 4. Southern Cal is still in that 5th position. They've been directed by the racing directors to get back in their lane, and Colorado is holding up that 6th position about 3 seats down to Southern Cal. Coming into the 1,250 meter.
The men's collegiate novice, this is their final only, and as with novice rowers, a little bit of a problem. University of Southern California bore in mightily against Colorado. Colorado had to divert hard to the starboard side to be able to get out of the way, and USC is currently placed in the fifth position, and Colorado in the sixth, but I would suspect that might be reversed because of the interference. All of that aside, back to the start or the front of the race course, it is Orange Coast College, and they are looking far outside to Cal to try to keep an eye on them in second place. It appears that Davis has edged up ahead of the University of California, Santa Barbara, and then the two crews, SC and Colorado, who had a near collision out there at about the 1,000-meter mark. That would be the position where the tide coming in and the wind blowing through would be a particular challenge for novice coxswain and rowers. Orange Coast College on the lead along the shoreline, and outside Cal continues to shadow them. Then it's a pretty close battle between Santa Barbara and Davis for that fourth spot, with open water back to USC and Colorado, and I would suspect that there is some sort of challenge in the placement there between those two. It would be Colorado placed first and SC placed at back, because the Trojans bore in hard and Colorado really had to spin away to avoid a collision. To the front of the race, it's Orange Coast College and Cal. Orange Coast College is along the shoreline. Cal is out in lane number 4. Coming on hard now and taking back third spot from Davis is the University of California, Santa Barbara, and the UC campus at Davis in fourth position now, as Colorado has recovered and has begun to challenge up to USC without regard to how these two finish. Because of the near collision, I suspect Colorado would be placed ahead of SC. Orange Coast College, of course, that is an official decision, and we're just speculating as to what might be the situation there, as Colorado has now eclipsed USC after the near collision at the 1,000-meter mark. Orange Coast College along the shoreline continues to lead, and Cal is in second spot, but here comes University of California, Santa Barbara and Davis. Santa Barbara with a particularly furious charge, trying to overtake Cal for second. Orange Coast College with a comfortable boat-and-a-half length lead, and they're nearing the finish line to be the unofficial winner of this race. But watch Santa Barbara on the near side and Cal on the far side. And just as I was saying that Santa Barbara had a run at it, they caught a crab and really slowed down, and it looks like one of the seats is messed up, and that lets Cal step into that second spot, as Santa Barbara was really charging to try to make up some ground and maybe slip into second spot. And there was some sort of crab caught or some sort of breakage in their boat, and they were unable to overtake Cal. So the unofficial finish is Orange Coast College, Cal, University of California, Santa Barbara, UC Davis, and then Colorado did finally get up on USC. On the water and on our way is the next race, which is the Women's Collegiate Lightweight Varsity 8, and this is the AW Cogshaw final only, and there are 3 crews involved in this one. Victoria is in lane number 1, UC Berkeley is in lane 2, and UC Irvine is in lane 3.
Is in lane 1. That's the University of Victoria. They are up by about 1 boat length to the crew in lane 2, Cal, who has about 1 seat on lane 3, University of California at Irvine. University of Victoria pushing up towards 500 meters, continues to be the leader with about half a boat length open water to Cal and UC Irvine, who are bow ball to bow ball for that second position in this 3-crew race. This is the Collegiate Women's Lightweight Varsity 8. 500 meters gone. Lane 1, University of Victoria. Then lane 2, Cal, by about 2 seats over Irvine in lane 3. Victoria has increased their lead. They're rowing comfortably now. They have about a 2 boat length open water to the other 2 crews. That would be Cal in lane 2 and Irvine in lane 3. University of Victoria has put it on in that second 500, has extended that lead. Just crossing through 750 gone. And they are in a comfortable 2 boat length open water lead over Cal, who has about a 3-seat lead over Irvine. These are lightweight women. It's a 3-boat final. Now that all 3 crews are settling in, taking advantage of the calmer water, the protection of the near shore, and in these 3 near lanes. As they approach the 1,000-meter mark, Victoria rowing comfortably and having a comfortable lead of 3 boat lengths over Cal in lane 2, who now has about 1 boat length on Irvine in lane 3. Rather calm conditions for this time of day.
On the water, the Women's Collegiate Lightweight Varsity AW Coggeshall final only. University of Victoria, University of California, Berkeley in lane 2, and UC Irvine in lane number 3. On a comfortable lead is Victoria. And then a rather tight race between UC Berkeley and UC Irvine in this 3-boat race. Tough going for the crews down here as we're seeing more and more white water get splashed up. And of course the crab catching of a crew can really slow things down. However, the order that they are in right now is pretty much what they've been overall. The crew in lane number 2 struggling a little bit as they hit the wind tunnel under the Ingraham Street Bridge, as our wind has kicked up to where it normally is here at the San Diego Crew Classic. And especially with the younger crews, they seem to have a problem with it. Right now, Victoria doing a fine job of poking their nose to the port side and hanging in there, going against the wind flow that comes from the port side. And then next crew back with open water back is UC Berkeley and UC Irvine on the far outside, as these crews struggle mightily coming through that windswept area. And now inside 500 meters to go, more water being splashed up, as these are challenging conditions even for the most veteran crews, and we have a novice group out there right now. Victoria continues to hang on to the lead. UC Berkeley, after snagging a few waves, has righted the ship, so to speak, and is now in second spot, as they have been all along. UC Irvine is in third. But the struggles that UC Berkeley and Irvine had as they came through that windswept area, handled rather nicely by the University of Victoria as they put their port side into the wind and kept things corrected, and they're now inside 250 meters to go with a substantial lead over UC Berkeley and UC Irvine. heads moving generally in unison for the women's collegiate lightweight varsity crew from the University of Victoria as they are driving towards the finish line with a substantial amount of open water. UC Berkeley and UC Irvine struggling, especially Irvine, as they are still not out of the windswept area, and they have been slowed down considerably by catching a crab or two along the way. Fortunately, the catch was not strong enough to launch anybody out of the boat. University of Victoria noted as the unofficial winner, as UC Berkeley once again is splashing up some water and trying to get their rhythm back again, and trailing considerably is the University of California, Irvine. Next up will be race 102, and that will be the men's collegiate lightweight 8. It is the Secretary of the Navy Cup final, and this is MIT in lane number 1, University of Victoria in lane 2. Purdue will be coming out of lane 3, and California Maritime Academy will be moving out of lane 4. Once again, our apparent yet unofficial winner for the women's collegiate lightweight varsity, the A.W. Coggeshall final only, University of Victoria, followed by UC Berkeley and UC Irvine.
Up to 500 meters is the crew in lane 1. That's MIT. They are followed closely by lane 2, bow ball to bow ball, the University of Victoria. They're up by about 3 seats to lane 3, Purdue. Purdue up by 1 boat length to Cal Maritime in lane 4. Very close pack through 500 meters. These are the men's lightweight 4 final. This is a 4-boat race, and there's not much separation between any of the crews. Our leader are exchanging bow balls, and it appears that University of Victoria is getting the majority of those exchanges right now with lane 1, MIT. It's back and forth. Right behind them is in lane 3, Purdue, who's only about a seat, half a seat behind. 1, 2, and 3 are very, very close through the first 750 meters. And Cal Maritime also is in a hunt in lane 4 for that 3rd position. Approaching 1,000 meters, nobody has given this race up. It looks like our leader right now is Victoria in lane 2 over MIT in lane 1, and then Purdue. But they're taking turns exchanging leads through 1,000 meters. That's the call. Victoria, MIT, Purdue, all within a seat of each other, and then it's Cal Maritime by about a boat length open water behind that group. Coming up on 12:50, it's MIT now as our leader, followed by University of Victoria, 2 seats down to Purdue, also 2 seats down to Victoria. Then Cal Maritime. That's our call at 1,250 meters. MIT, Victoria, Purdue, Cal Maritime.
We have a fine struggle at the beginning of the pack of this boat race, and this is the men's collegiate lightweight Secretary of the Navy Cup. MIT is in the lead ever so slightly. Victoria is in lane 2, Purdue in lane 3 in the 3rd spot, and the California Maritime Academy, the only one that's out of touch. Apparently we've had lead changes ever since the beginning. The last blades in the water seem to come up with the bow marker just slightly ahead of the others, and that would be a blazing contest between the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, University of Victoria, and Purdue, with the California Maritime Academy now open water back. nobody seems to be giving way here at the 500 meter to go mark. It appears to be MIT ever so slightly ahead, with Victoria and Purdue trailing by a very small margin. California Maritime Academy is Clearwater back. It is MIT now beginning to nose ahead with some authority here. Victoria appears to be having a struggle holding off Purdue and the California Maritime Academy. Approaching 250 meters to go. It is still MIT, Victoria, and Purdue, with CMA, California Maritime Academy, open water back. The lead three boats probably exchanged leadership at least a half dozen times in the early going. MIT trying to hang on along the shoreline. Victoria has picked up the pace and they have eclipsed Purdue. So it is MIT, Victoria, Purdue, and the California Maritime Academy on the outside. MIT, Victoria, Purdue, California Maritime Academy. And it looks like they're all separated with the exception of CMA by about 4 or 5 seats. MIT nearing the finish line. And they are the unofficial winner. They are up by about 5 seats, followed by Victoria. And Victoria up by about 7 seats over Purdue. And then the California Maritime Academy on the run at the end still. But a big hand for MIT, Victoria, and Purdue for getting a very, very close and interesting run all the way down our race course. On the water shortly will be the women's high school varsity 8. This is the grand final for the Mulligan Cup, and it'll be Saugatuck in lane number 1. Connecticut in lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center in lane 3. Lane 4 has Marin, Newport in 5, Oakland Strokes in 6, Mercer in 7, and OKC in 8.
Yeah, you don't get to use that lane. This is event 103. This is the women's high school varsity 8. This is a grand final. 8 crews in this shell, and it is 8 crews straight across going through 250 meters. This is a close pack. Our early leader appears to be lane 1, Saugatuck. They are up by about 2 seats to lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center. Then it's lane 4, Marin, followed by lane 2, Connecticut. Then lane 5, Newport Aquatic Center. Then lane 6, Oakland Strokes. Then lane 8, Oklahoma City Riversport. And then lane 7, Princeton National Rowing Association. These are the high school women, varsity 8, grand final, 8 crews competing for this cup, 8 closely matched crews. Through 500 meters, it appears that lane 1 is our leader, continues to be our leader. That's Saugatuck, followed by lane 4, Marin in that second position. Then lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center, followed by lane 2, Connecticut. Then lane 6, Oakland Strokes, followed closely by lane 8, Oklahoma City River Sport. And being challenged in lane 7 down by 1 seat is the Princeton National Rowing Association. Through 750 gone. Our leader still is out in the near lane. Sagatuck. Then Marin in lane 4, holding on to that second position. They are trying to hold off the crew in lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center, putting a good charge on for that second position. Then it's lane 6, Oakland Strokes, challenging for that third position, followed by lane 2, Connecticut. Then lane 5, Newport Aquatic Center. Then lane 7 and 8, quite a boat race for that position. Bow ball to bow ball, that's in lane 7. That's Princeton National Rowing Association fighting off Oklahoma City River Sport in lane 8.
High school girls on the course right now, the varsity 8s. And this is their grand final, the Gilman Mulligan Cup. Saugatuck in lane number 1, Connecticut in 2, Marina Aquatic Center in 3. Lane number 4 is Marin, 5 is Newport. Oakland Strokes is in 6, Mercer in 7, and Oklahoma City is in 8. Currently Saugatuck on the lead, followed by Marin, then the Aquatic Center, Connecticut, Oakland Strokes, Oklahoma City, Mercer, and Newport. Through the windy area, and we'll see how the crews handle this. So far it seems to be being done relatively well, although the crew in lane number 4 is bearing out a little bit, and that is going to be a concern if they're going to try to keep up with Saugatuck along in lane number 1. Straightest line is the best line, as the coaches holler and scream about with some consistency. And right now that's being somewhat violated by Marin, and it has cost them. They are now course correcting back to the center of their lane. Saugatuck, Marin, Marina, Connecticut, Oakland Strokes. On the far outside, Oklahoma City beginning to make a move. Mercer and Newport, and quite frankly, none of them are really out of touch as we get to about 250 meters to go. So there could be some scrambling around here at the end, depending on who has what to finish up. Saugatuck, and just at that time, Oakland Strokes loses a little bit of steam by kicking up some extra water that doesn't help them at all. Saugatuck and Marin, even though Marin had a little bit of a course correction, they are back on it now. Marina being overtaken outside by Oakland Strokes, then Connecticut. On the far outside, Oklahoma City has decided they want a piece of this. Mercer and Newport. Saugatuck on the shoreline, continuing to hang in there. Marin, but on the far outside, Oakland Strokes beginning to make a move. And it is tightening up between Connecticut, Marina, Oakland Strokes, and Oklahoma City. This is going to be a great finish for 4, 5, and 6, but on the lead is Saugatuck. Saugatuck is apparently going to hold off Marin. Then to the outside, Oakland Strokes. But coming up in lane number 2 is 3 Marina, and then Connecticut. And Oakland Strokes on the outside. Mercer and Newport, as we had a barn burner at the end there. And it will take some official looking to see who finished where and what. But looking at the top spot, Saugatuck held off Marina with Oklahoma City on the outside firing it up, and then too close to call between Connecticut Marina and Oakland Strokes with Mercer and Newport, and 1-8. That was probably the most contested race that we've had so far at the San Diego Crew Classic. Next up will be the boys high school varsity grand final, and this will find Newport in lane number 1, Oakland Strokes in lane 2, Marin in lane number 3, Capital in lane 4, San Diego in lane 5, and NorCal in lane 6. The men's high school varsity grand final coming up.
Okay, we have a start to event 104. This is the men's high school varsity 8 grand final. 6 crews in this race. We're well through the first 100 meters. The leader early on is in lane 1. That is the Newport Aquatic Center. They have 2 seats on lane 2, Oakland Strokes, who has 2 seats on lane 5, San Diego Rowing Club. Then lane 6, NorCal Crew. Then lane 3, Marin, followed by lane 4, Capital Crew. 250 down, pushing up to the 500 meter mark. Newport Aquatic Center, lane 1, holding on to that early lead. They're followed closely now in lane 2 by the Oakland Strokes. Down up by 3 seats to Oakland Strokes. Then it's out in lane 6. The NorCal Crew seems to have taken that 3rd place position. Then lane 5, San Diego Rowing Club, followed closely by lane 4, Capital Crew. Well through 500 meters, we're pushing to 750 again. It's the Newport Aquatic Center is our leader. They're holding off a charge from lane 2, the Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes up by about 3 seats to lane 3 now. That has taken that 3rd position. That's Marin. 4th position appears to be still in the outside lane now. That would be NorCal Crew, followed by San Diego Rowing Club in lane 5, who has about a 4-seat lead over the Capital Crew in lane 4. But as we approach the 1,000 meters, nobody has taken charge of this race. Our leader continues to be Newport in the near lane by about 3 seats over Oakland, who has about a 6-seat lead over Marin in lane 3. There's about a 1-seat lead, or maybe a bow ball to our crew in lane 6, NorCal Crew. 1, 2, 3, and 4, it's up for grabs. NorCal has...
On the water with the men's high school varsity, this is a grand final. In lane number 1 is Newport. Oakland Strokes in lane number 2. Marin is competing out of lane number 3. Capital is in 4. San Diego is in 5. And NorCal is in 6. And no one has lost touch in this one through the first 1,000 meters. Give a slight edge to Newport over Oakland Strokes. And then in lane number 3, Marin, Capital is right on them, and San Diego and NorCal in that order. However, the crews are coming into the wind-swept area of our race course, and it'll remain to be seen how adept they are at getting through that area. This with a younger group of rowers. Capital has fallen back. San Diego has moved forward, as so has NorCal. The leadership continues to be the same: Newport, Oakland Strokes, and Marin. Crews pointing their bows into the port side a little bit to compensate for the wind coming from that side as they come under the Ingraham Street Bridge. And so far, the leading crews are handling it rather well. Out on the outside, it looks like San Diego has borne out a little bit, overcompensating possibly. And now in lane number 3, Marin is struggling a little bit with the situation as well. Newport, Oakland Strokes 1-2. However, Marin, despite their course correction, is closing the gap over Oakland Strokes and challenging for that second spot. Then we go out to the outside. NorCal has decided to get into it, followed by San Diego with Capital dropping back. On the shoreline, this is Newport. The real battle going on right now is between Marin and Oakland Strokes for that second spot. They are almost bow marker to bow marker with a slight edge given to Oakland Strokes. On the outside, trailing in the early part of this race was NorCal, but they have come on strong. San Diego and then Capital with open water back. The only crew out of touch is Capital. Newport on the shoreline, pulling hard, and now Oakland Strokes has edged ahead of the crew from Marin. On the far outside, NorCal trying to hang in there, and now they're trying to fight off San Diego with Capital trailing. Newport battling for it, now almost a stern to bow marker lead over Oakland Strokes. Strokes have taken over from Marin with about 250 meters to go. Then NorCal making a charge but falling short. San Diego on the outside. The unofficial winner is Newport, followed by Oakland Strokes, about 4 seats ahead of Marin. NorCal making a furious charge during the last part of the race, came up a little short, but they did go past San Diego, and Capital is just now finishing the course. Once again, the unofficial yet apparent winner for the men's high school varsity 8 grand final, Newport. Next up is the girls high school JV8 and Zlack Rowing Club Cup final. It will have Marin in lane number 1, Saugatuck in lane 2. Oakland Strokes will be in lane 3. Marina Aquatic Center in lane 4. Capital will be in lane number 5. Newport is moved out to lane number 6. Connecticut is lane number 7, and Oklahoma City is in lane number 8.
then lane 5, Capital, lane 2, Sagatuck, then lane 7, Connecticut, holding on to a slight lead over lane 6, Newport, who has a slight lead over lane 8, Oklahoma City. Coming up on 750 down, it's still Marin as our leader. They are being challenged in lane 4 by Marina. Tight race for that first and second position. Marin and Marina. Lane 1, lane 4. Then it's lane 5, Capital Crew. Then lane 2, Sagatuck. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the call. Tight field going up to 1,000 meters. They are followed closely by lane 6, 7, and 8. That would be Newport, Connecticut, and Oklahoma Riversport, respectively. This is a tight race. This is the women's high school JV8, the grand final. Through 1,000 meters, this is an 8-shell race. There is no apparent leader. It would be Marin by a bow ball over Sagatuck in lane 2. Then it's lane 5, Capital Crew, a nose ahead of lane 4, Oakland Strokes. About 3 seats over lane 6, Newport, then lane 7, Connecticut, then Oklahoma City.
The girls' high school JV8 and Zlaka Rowing Club grand final here is finding Marin in lane number 1 assigned, and lane number 2 is Sagatuck. Oakland Strokes in 3, Marina Aquatic Center in 4, Capital in 5, Newport in 6, Connecticut in 7, and the Oklahoma City River Sports is in 8. And about the only crew that might be semi-considered out of touch here is Oklahoma City on the far outside, with the possibility of Connecticut. Everybody else is relatively in this, also with the exception now of Oakland Strokes beginning to drop back. They were in contention at the beginning, so I don't know whether they missed a stroke or got a crab caught in there somewhere. However, they have dropped back. So right now we have Sagatuck in lane number 2, and out off side of them, lane 5 Capital has gotten in there as Marina has dropped back. Marin has dropped back, so Sagatuck on the current lead here. And they are battling Capital Crew on the outside. Then Marina, Oakland Strokes, Newport, Connecticut, and Oklahoma City. The outside lanes 6, 7, and 8 have fallen back, but amongst them they are fairly competitive as they are almost bow marker to bow marker. The battle right now at the lead is between lanes 2, Sagatuck, and lane 5, Capital. Then across the water it is Marin. Oakland Strokes has gotten up into it. Marina also hanging in there. And Newport, Connecticut, and OKC are right on each other, although they are open water back from the leaders. So all echelons of this thing look like they're going to be very interesting. However, Sagatuck has begun to exert themselves and insert themselves into the lead by about a bow stern to bow marker lead over Marin. Marin on the shoreline. Capital has fallen back just a little bit, coming on strong as Oakland Strokes, with Marina fading. Then on the outside, a real bug tussle between Newport, Connecticut, and OKC, as Connecticut has slipped in front of Newport. Towards the finish, this is Sagatuck. Sagatuck with a stern to bow marker lead. Marin coming in second as they have held off Capital. Now Oakland Strokes gets in just ahead of Capital. Oakland Strokes jumps in there. Then some open water back to Marina. Then Connecticut has about a 4-seat lead over Newport, and trailing is OKC, an extremely competitive race. And the unofficial winner is Saugatuck, followed by Marin, Oakland Strokes, Capital, Marina, Connecticut, Newport, and OKC. Next up is the men's high school JV. This is the Gene Jessup Hervey Cup. It is the grand final. Oakland Strokes will be on the pole, so to speak, in lane number 1. Newport is in lane 2, NorCal in lane 3. Marin in 4, Capital 5. The Newport B crew will be in 6. Oklahoma City River Sports in 7, and Pocock in 8.
Eight crews in this race. Early leader through 100 meters, actually 250 down. Early leader is in lane 2. That would be Newport Aquatic Center. They are up by about 3 seats to lane 1, Oakland Strokes. Then it's lane 4, Marin, followed by lane 6, Newport. Then lane 3, NorCal. And then lane 5, Capital Crew, lane 7, Oklahoma City, and then lane 8, Pocock Rowing Center. 500 meters down. This is the men's JV 8, high school JV 8. And our leader through 500 meters continues to be the crew in lane 2. That's Newport Aquatic Center. They're followed closely by lane 1, the Oakland Strokes. Then lane 4, Marin. Marin being challenged. Lane 6, the Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 5, Capital Crew. Then lane 7, Oklahoma City. And lane 4, Marin. Marin and lane 8, Pocock, about a dead heat for that 7th and 8th spot. Well through 750 meters gone, pushing towards 1,000 meters. Newport continues to be our leader in lane 2. But they are being challenged by Oakland Strokes in lane 1 and Marin in lane 4 for that first position. It's Newport by about 6 seats to Oakland Strokes in lane 1, who has about a 3-seat lead to Marin in lane 4. They are followed, Marin's followed by lane 6, Newport Aquatic Center. Has a 3-seat lead on Capital Crew in lane 5, who has a 2-seat lead on lane 7, Oklahoma City, and lane 3, NorCal Crew. And in lane 8, it's the Pocock Rowing Center bringing up that 8th position. But the race 1, 2, and 3 is one race. That group is closely packed, and then 4 through 8 also closely packed.
Men's high school junior varsity. This is the Gene Jessup Hervey Cup. It is the grand final, and Oakland Strokes is in lane 1, Newport in 2, NorCal in 3, Marin is in 4, Capital in 5. A secondary boat for Newport, their B boat is in 6. Oklahoma City is in 7, and Pocock is in lane number 8. And according to the early call, it is Newport on the lead, being challenged by Oakland Strokes, followed by Marin, Newport B boat, the Capital Crew, Oklahoma City, Northern California, NorCal, and Pocock is trailing. NorCal and Pocock are the only two that are out of touch here, although we have a 2-echelon race with Newport and Oakland Strokes on the lead, and also keeping an eye out on Marin out there in lane number 4. Then across 5, 6, and 7, 6, 7, and 8, all pretty close there. That would be Capital, Newport B, Oklahoma City, and Pocock, with NorCal trailing. Newport beginning to extend their lead. This would be their A boat. Oakland Strokes running with them, and they have picked up the stroke. Then we have Marin in lane number 4. And then back almost bow marker to bow marker all the way across is NorCal, Capital, Newport B, Oklahoma City, and Pocock. So that back end of this race has tightened up considerably. Newport continues to lead it. Oakland Strokes on the shoreline, with Marin trying to hang in there. There's a lot of open water back, and then it is almost bow marker to bow marker between NorCal, Capital, Newport B, and Oklahoma City, with Pocock not very far behind. Looking at the finish line, unofficially, Newport, Oakland Strokes, Marin. Here is a battle. Watch them come down. NorCal, that was trailing, has suddenly bounced itself up. And then there's a close battle between Newport and Capital. NorCal on the shore side, Newport, then Capital, then to the outside, Oklahoma City and Pocock. What an outstanding row at the tail end of this course. That is not to take anything away from the Newport A boat, the apparent winner, followed by Oakland Strokes and Marin. But what a battle between NorCal, Newport B boat, Oklahoma City, and Capital, with Pocock not very far behind. An impressive row for crews that were trailing in this one. That is not to take anything away from Newport A boat, the winner.
The San Diego Crew Classic salutes Zlack Rowing Club's 125th year. Zlack is the oldest women's rowing club in the world. We will recognize this milestone at the Classic Brunch by the Bay with an historical display and Zlack memorabilia, as well as decorating the tent in Zlack colors of black and yellow. We are very grateful for the many volunteers and Zlack women who have contributed their time, energy, and talents to the Crew Classic for its 44 years. We are pleased to honor Zlack and their quasi-centennial celebration. The San Diego Crew Classic would like to thank the David C. Copley Foundation for their continued support of rowing and this event. Come to the merchandise tent and get this year's classic t-shirt to remember the San Diego Crew Classic. The San Diego Crew Classic thanks the San Diego Tourism and Marketing District for their support of this weekend's event. Windermere Real Estate is a proud sponsor of the San Diego Crew Classic. We thank you for your continued support. National Specialty Health Services Company American Specialty Health is a longtime sponsor of the Men's Cal Cup. The San Diego Crew Classic thanks Boy Scout Troop number 295 for their service. The San Diego Crew Classic thanks Newport Aquatic Center for providing still water vessels for our regatta. Catch heart disease early. Book your heart health screening today. Visit sharp.com/Cushman. So Sporty welcomes you to the San Diego Crew Classic. Visit So Sporty in the trade show area for some great stuff.
It was so windy up there, kid. I couldn't find it.
Got it. Hey everybody, welcome back to the final races of the day here. We're going to kick things off with the Women's Open 8 Carly Copley Cup Grand Final. Lane number 1, Stanford Lightweight Women. Lane number 2, USC Women. Lane number 3, Washington State. Lane number 4, San Diego. Lane number 5, Long Beach State. Lane number 6, UC Santa Barbara. And lane number 7, Colorado. Okay, so we are getting our crews back into position. We're getting our chase boats back into position. We'll go ahead and call this off the line here. Here's a shot of your lane number 1, Stanford Lightweight Women. You can see the conditions are still holding well out there as they go through the first 250 meters mark. You see those black flags. If you're taking a look down the course, you've got black flags on your, and you have orange flags. There you start to see lane number 2, the USC Women, come into view. So again, they're probably about 300 meters in. There's a good view down the race course, though. You see that these race courses are essentially, think of it as a big swimming pool with 8 lanes. You know, we all watch the Olympics, Michael Phelps, etc. Now just think of a 2,000-meter long pool that has 8 lanes that are wide enough for an 8. So now we're starting to see Washington State come into your shot. That's lane number 3, Washington State. Looks like they are a little bit behind the USC Women at the moment, but again, very hard to call from the start camera. We're getting our boats in line, and they're turning to get in here, so we should be able to have somebody have the race call from the launch here momentarily. Just coming into view now. Looks like UC Santa Barbara out there. Or that, excuse me, scratch that. That's Long Beach State. So you've got San Diego there in your shot with the white blades, and you've got Long Beach State with the black and yellow blades. Out there on the outside, you have UC Santa Barbara in the yellow. Got the University of California blade colors out there for Santa Barbara, the yellow with the blue tips. Our first shot down the race course looks like lane number 1, your early leader. That's Stanford Lightweight Women. Looks like the second place would be USC Women. Then we go to Washington State in lane 3. So it looks right now to be about in order. It looks like we had somebody potentially scratch out of this race, but now we're going to go live to our commentators who are alongside.
They're up by 3 seats over Washington State, lane 3. It's the Women's Open 8. This is the grand final. University of San Diego up by 2 lengths open water to the University of California, Santa Barbara by 2 seats over Long Beach State. Long Beach State by a boat length over Colorado. Approaching 1,250 meters gone in the Women's Open 8 Grand Final. It is Stanford by 1 length over.
All right, so it looks like it's Stanford up by a length over University of Southern California. Here's we come up alongside. You get a nice shot of the San Diego crew here in the near lane. I guess that's near to the boat. It's out there in lane number 4. Yeah, you see a nice battle that they have there with Washington State. So that's San Diego in the blue. Washington only about 2 seats up over Washington State. Again, they look to be about 1 length back from the Stanford lightweight women. So again, it looks to be lane number 1, Stanford lightweight women, still about 1 length up over the USC women in lane number 2, who appear to be 1 length up over Washington State. But Washington State and San Diego very close. In fact, San Diego seems to be making a move right now, trying to get the better of Washington State as we come into the final 500 meters of this race. So again, you see out there we've got the orange flags that designates the 500-meter mark, and as the boats approach the 500-meter mark, it's really Stanford lightweight women in lane number 1, USC women in lane 2, but again, out there in lane number 4 is San Diego. San Diego really mounting a charge here, trying to get the better of Washington State, and from this angle at the finish, it appears that it looks like they may very well be on terms with the Washington State women. Very tightly contested. In fact, it looks like San Diego's even starting to mount a charge against the second-place USC women's boat. But again, a little bit of a deceptive angle here. The angle at the finish line is essentially a little bit different than what you see when you look to your right. So it would appear that the crews from the inside make a crazy fast move when in reality it's just the parallax angle as we start moving towards the finish line. But here we go. We've got Stanford lightweight women up by approximately a length over the USC women in lane number 2, followed about 1 length back to Washington State and San Diego. Again, San Diego fighting very hard to stay in that 3rd position with Washington State. So they may be getting the better of Washington State at the moment. In fact, it does look like Washington State now is in the 2nd position, challenging the USC women for that 2nd place now. So it really looks like Stanford, then USC and San Diego really tightly here, but it does appear to be San Diego in 4th. So it's going to be Stanford, lane 1, followed by USC. And here's that really tight race between Washington State and San Diego. Looks like it's Washington State. Oh, no. Too close to call. So can't really tell between Washington State and San Diego. So you're going to have to go to herenow.com, the official timers of this regatta, in order to figure out who the true official 3rd place result is there. As we come here to the line, we've got Long Beach, excuse me, that's UC Santa Barbara out in lane number 6. And already out on the course, we've got the Men's Open 8 Grand Final. In lane number 1, California. Lane number 2, California B. Lane number 3, California. Well, a lot of California crews at the San Diego Crew Classic. Lane number 4, Boston College. Lane number 5, unaffiliated. Lane number 6, UC Santa Barbara. Lane number 7, San Diego. Lane number 8, UC Davis.
Final. 8 crews in this race. 7 crews. 1, 2, 3. That's 7 crews. Our early leader is lane 1. That would be Cal, followed closely in lane 3 by Cal B, and then lane 2, Cal C, Cal B in lane 2. Cal C is in lane 3. But the early battle through the first the first 750 meters is Cal A boat is in the lead in lane 1, followed by their Cal C boat in lane 3, then Cal B in lane 2. Then it's Boston College in lane 4 bringing up that 4th position, followed by HOD Racing, unaffiliated, that's lane 5. UC Santa Barbara in lane 6. And UC Davis, check that, University of San Diego in lane 7. Through 1,000 meters, it's Cal A, followed by Cal C, then Cal B, 1, 2, 3, lanes 1, 3, and 2. Then it's Boston College in lane 4. HOD Racing in lane 5. University of San Diego in lane 7, bringing up that 5th position, 6th position, and then UC Santa Barbara bringing up the field. Through 1250, Cal A, lane 1, by 2 seats over Cal C in lane 3, by 2 seats over Cal.
All right, so there you go. You've got California in lane number 1, your leaders, followed by that second California entry out in lane number 3 in second place. California B in third. So right now we've got that nice tight battle in the middle for 4th, 5th, 6th between Boston College in the 4th spot, HOD Racing in the 5th spot, and San Diego in the 6th spot. Not to be outdone, though, we've got UC Santa Barbara charging hard on San Diego. So again, you can kind of see in lane number 1, your leaders. Looks like the California B boat entry is coming back against the California C boat in lane 3. So it's really a tight battle now between lanes 1, 2, and 3. So California kind of putting on a show here for us today. Again, looks like the A boat in lane 1, still a length up. Looks like the B boat now, though, in lane 2, has really started to make a move against that Cal boat in the lane 3. Remember, Cal boat in lane 3 did have the second position, but again, it looks like this yellow boat in lane number 2 has now moved through that California entry in the middle of the course in lane 3. So now, and it looks now like they're actually challenging their A boat. So again, that yellow boat, just all of a sudden you can see how their cadence kicked up. They're a couple more beats a minute, and now their A boat in lane number 1 is responding. So you really have this situation whereby this is kind of bragging rights at the boathouse, the A against the B. B boat really trying to put some pressure on their A boat, but the A boat has responded. So it looks like the A boat's still roughly about a length up over the B boat, which is now 1 length up over that C boat. Again, bit of a role reversal there, a lane switch, position switch where that yellow boat out there really has just hit the gas coming in here late. Might be too little too late, but we'll see if they can grab them at the line. Wow, sure enough.
Yeah.
From third to first, quite an impressive feat here. So that would be the Cal B boat in first place, followed by lane number 1, Cal A in the second spot, followed by that entry in lane 3 in the third spot. Here we've got Boston College coming across the line. Followed by HOD Racing, UC Santa Barbara, San Diego, all right, looks like we're starting to head into some of the Masters events here today. Masters are our individuals who are over 27 years of age. So Masters Racing is designated in 10-year increments, with each increment getting a letter designation. So the younger you are, the lower the letter. It starts with A, and it can go all the way out to, I think we saw E, F. I've even seen G before. So H, I guess, is theoretically possible. So there's a lot of different age groups out there for Masters. This would be the Men's Masters A8 final. Lane number 1, we've got Brown University. Lane number 2, Potomac. Lane number 3, San Diego. Lane number 4, Shimano. Lane number 5, UC San Diego.
Okay, we have a start to event 109. This is the Men's Masters A8 Grand Final. 5 crews in this race through 100 meters, and our early leader is Brown University in lane 1, followed by Potomac in lane 2, followed by Shimano in lane 4, Shimano Rowing Club in lane 4, followed by San Diego Rowing Club in lane 3, and then the University of California San Diego in lane 5. 250 down, and that is pretty much the field. Brown, lane 1, holding on to a 3-seat lead over Potomac. They're in the lane 2 in our race. Potomac being challenged in lane 4 by Shimano Rowing Dynamics. Shimano by 3 seats over to San Diego Rowing Club. And San Diego Rowing Club holding off the University of California San Diego by about 4 seats. All 5 boats closely locked in this 5-boat race. This is the Men's Masters A Grand Final. 500 gone, pushing towards 750. Our leader continues to be Brown in lane 1. They're holding off a challenge. Lane 2 is Potomac trying to push through Brown for that first position. Then out in lane 4, Shimano also challenging for that first position. They've taken a couple seats on our second place boat, Potomac, in lane 2. They are followed by San Diego Rowing Club in lane 3 by about, and San Diego Rowing Club by about 3 seats over UC San Diego in lane 5. Coming up to the 1,000-meter mark, Brown continues to lead by about 4 seats over Potomac. Potomac by a couple seats over Shimano. Shimano open water to San Diego Rowing Club, about half a boat length. San Diego Rowing Club 3 seats to UC San Diego. That's our call at 1,000 meters.
All right, so there we go. We've got Brown University, our leaders. Now as we come in here to the final 1,000 meters, it looks like the Shimano Racing Group has decided to really make a push towards that Brown crew who took off the line. Remember, Masters usually row a 1,000-meter race, so everything over 1,000 meters is a little bit longer than the typical Masters distance. So it could be that some of our Masters went out a little quickly thinking it's a 1,000-meter race, and they're really starting to struggle here in that third 500. Again, really just comes down to the different race strategies. But again, you see Brown University responding to the challenge by Shimano in lane number 4, and now it's Potomac in lane number 2, also hotly contesting. So really, you've got a very close spread between lane number 1, Brown, and lane number 4, Shimano. With Shimano really taking a move here, only 2 seats down to that Brown boat. However, Potomac's going with them, so it's really Brown by 2 seats over Shimano, which is 3 seats over Potomac. And now it looks like Shimano has started to just come on terms with Brown. So it's really Shimano and Brown tied for that first spot from our vantage point here on the launch. And then we're about, each of them, let's say, is about 5 seats back to the bow of Potomac. So really, Shimano is our lead boat at the moment. Followed by Brown, but again, anybody's race, still too early to call, but it was Shimano taking a nice move. Started off the line in 3rd place, came up, moved through Potomac in to get 2nd place, and now challenged Brown for that first spot. It looks like we still have a good battle here between San Diego and UC San Diego, with San Diego in that 4th spot and UC San Diego in the 5th spot. Again, still anybody's race. But out there in lane number 4, Shimano, you can see, for those of you at home, far left of your screen, for those of you out here, it's the 4th lane away from our shore. Kind of challenging very closely with that boat on the very inside lane, Brown University. So again, Shimano here really cranking it up towards the finish line. Looks like they've really established a healthy position, but now Brown's cranking it up as well. Brown is not going to be outdone. They may have had themselves challenged as they came in, but watch for them at the lane number 1 here, not outside of our sight. We need to get the camera to kind of zoom back just a bit. You'll see right at the bottom of the screen, they're going to just come screaming in here, and it's going to be very, very tight. Yeah, that shows you just how tight it was. A little too close to call. 3rd place here, Potomac. But again, too close to call between Brown and Shimano. Going to have to go to herenow.com for the official results. In that 4th spot here, it looks like we've got San Diego Rowing Club, lane number 4. And rounding out the field, UC San Diego in the 5th spot. Okay, now we're getting just a little bit older here. We have the Women's Master B8 Fred Recon Memorial Cup Final. Now, Women's Master B is age 36 to 42. Lane number 1, Lake Union. Lane number 2, Chinook. Lane number 3, Long Beach C. Lane number 4, San Diego. Lane number 5, Avalon. Just want to remind everybody that every year there's a new set of San Diego Crew Classic merchandise. This year's theme is 2K on the Bay. Check out the merchandising tent. Reduce stress. Try Reiki, guided imagery, and more at the Cushman Wellness Center. Visit sharp.com/Cushman. The San Diego Crew Classic would like to thank the David C. Copley Foundation for their continued support of rowing and this event. Designed to dominate, Shimano Rowing Dynamics combines the use of a rigid sole shoe and a pivoting foot stretcher to improve power transfer for rowers. Zlack Rowing Club is celebrating its 125th anniversary this year. Tradition and lifelong friendships kept alive by the dynamic women drawn to Zlack make the club a unique organization. Zlack Rowing Club not only offers commitment and dedication to the sport of rowing, but it also opens its doors to the community. The club offers learn-to-row opportunities periodically throughout the year, both for girls and adult women.
You can have any lane you want, Lee. You got only 5. You can go up lane 5. 6. You can go up lane 6 or 7. Okay, this is race 110. This is the Women's Masters B8 Grand Final. 5 crews in this race. Through the first 100 meters, it's the crew in lane 1 with a narrow lead. That is Lake Union over the crew in lane 2, Chinook. Followed by the crew in lane 4, San Diego Rowing Club, who has about a 3-seat lead over Long Beach. Our crew in lane 5 caught a crab after the first 100 meters. They've recovered. They are getting back into this race. So Avalon back in the race. They're in lane 5, but had to recover from a boat-stopping crab. Approaching 500 meters, Lake Union continues to hold a 2-seat lead over Chinook. Chinook, open water to San Diego Rowing Club in lane 4. San Diego Rowing Club has open water, 1 boat open water lead to Long Beach Rowing Association. Long Beach has about a boat length ahead of Avalon Rowing Club. Well through 500 meters, pushing to 750. Lake Union continues to be our race leader in that near lane in lane 1. They are trying to hold off the charge from Chinook Performance Rowing. They're the crew in lane 2. They're challenging for that first position, only down by 3 seats to the leader in Lake Union in lane 1. Those 2 crews pretty much have a 3-boat length open water lead to our 3rd place crew with that San Diego Rowing Club in lane 4. They're followed by Long Beach in lane 3, who's trying to hold off Avalon Rowing Club. Avalon has made a strong recovery after a boat-stopping crab early on in the race. Well through 750 meters. 2 different races going on here in this one race. The 2 leaders are fighting for that first position. Lake Union continues to hold about a 3-seat lead over Chinook. Chinook Performance Racing. They're both lanes 1 and lane 2 respectively. Then the second race happening here is between San Diego Rowing Club and the other 2 crews, Long Beach State and Avalon, for that 3rd position in our Women's Masters B8 Grand Final. Through 1,000 meters, it's Lake Union by 3 seats over Chinook. Chinook over Long Beach, actually check that, San Diego Rowing Club, then Long Beach State, Long Beach Rowing Association, and Avalon Rowing Club. That's our call from 1,000 meters.
All right, again, we've got the Women's Masters B8 Fred Rickon Memorial Cup Final. You see here Lake Union in lane number 1, our leaders pushing out over Chinook. That was a very tight battle early. Chinook coming back on terms with Lake Union, but now Lake Union kind of putting the hammer down in this 3rd 500, and it's lengthened out to almost a full length advantage over Chinook. Then we're going to come back out there to San Diego. San Diego in lane number 4 seems to be securely in that 3rd spot. And then quite a battle for the 4th and 5th spot between Long Beach and Avalon. So Long Beach in lane 3 and Avalon in lane 5. So again, we can kind of take you from that on-launch view here, right up with the rowers as they come through that last 500-meter mark. We've got the Lake Union crew out of Seattle, Washington, who have lengthened out to an open water lead over Chinook in lane number 2. So there you can see them in lane number 1, closest to shore, just going through that orange flag signifying 500 meters to go. It's Lake Union by 1 length over Chinook. Still, 500 meters, plenty of time for Chinook to get back up with Lake Union. But again, Lake Union seems to be rowing well. Good, relaxed cadence. Good run between strokes. And it looks like it's going to be very difficult for Chinook in lane 2 to get back. Now we can cast back a little bit, probably 4 or 5 lengths of open water back to our crew from San Diego, solidly in that 3rd position in lane number 4. And then it's going to come all the way 1 lane in, so lane number 3, Long Beach, is going to be in your 4th spot. And then Avalon is bringing up. Said it pretty well out there in the launch. The first half of the race, it was a tight battle between true crews, and that continues to be the case here as we come into the finish line, with Chinook challenging Lake Union for that first spot. But Lake Union here, just bringing up the cadence just a little bit. You can see them raise the stroke rate. They're up a couple of beats a minute. Chinook has responded. The coxswains are looking back and forth at each other. They've really got a good race on their hands. But again, it's Lake Union in this yellow boat, a length ahead of Chinook. And that's your Memorial Cup champions here, Lake Union crew, provided there's not a catastrophe here at the end. So Lake Union, Chinook. Here's a shot of San Diego, 3rd place. Also underway here, we have the Men's Masters B8 President's Trophy. Lane number 1, California. Lane number 2, Wintech and King Racing. Lane number 3, Lake Union. So that race is underway on the race course. And across the line here, we've got San Diego. So we'll hop back and forth here. It looks like you got a nice shot of the California Men's Masters B President's Trophy Final. Again, the B Masters between 36 and 42 years old. And now we've got Long Beach, Women's Masters B8, 4th place. And now we're back alongside the the Lake Union crew.
.500 meters gone. All 3 crews have settled in their racing cadence, moving up the course into some calmer water and the protection of the shore, the lee of the shore, through the next 500 meters. All 3 crews being in the near lane should appreciate this water now. But our leader continues to be Cal in lane 1 by about 3 seats over Wintech. Wintech by about 6 seats over Lake Union crew. Approaching 750, it feels that Wintech has taken a tag to catch. They've moved up a few seats on Cal for that, challenging for that first position. Lake Union continues to be about 1 boat length behind Wintech. but well through 750 meters. Cal continues the lead, followed by Wintec, then Lake Union. Approaching 1,000 meters now. Cal has taken a 10. They've extended their lead out to a good 6-7 seats over Wintec. Wintec trying to hang in there in that second position, has countered with their own 10. As they cross 1,000 meters, it's Cal by about 6 seats over Wintec King Racing. They have about one boat open water to Lake Union Crew, and that's our call from 1,000 meters. That's the Men's Masters B8 Grand Final.
So yeah, bumping up an age group here, back to the Men's Masters B. You got California, a good shot of them here on the screen. Lane number 1, your leaders, closest to shore. Kind of just through the little bit of chop of that Ingram Street Bridge water opening. A little bit of crosswind chops the waters just a bit. You can see they've kept the stroke rate just a little bit lower through here. Nice solid rhythm. Got a good shot of Lake Union Crew here in that third spot. Also now hitting that Ingram Street Bridge opening. So roughly 750 meters to go. It's California in 1, Wintec and King Racing in 2, and Lake Union in 3. Again, good shot of your leaders here. You can kind of see the overview, and there's your second place crew, Wintec King Racing, in the middle of your screen. Lane number 2, really, they just took the rating up a slight bit, trying to eat back into that California lead. But California, you can see the coxswain just looking to the right, seeing the move, and the guys at Cal here not too worried, just cruising right now. We got 500 meters to go as they go through that 500 meter mark, full length plus up. And now you've got the Wintec boat here in that second spot. Really, it's going to be a question of whether they can dig extremely deep and come back to come back into Cal. You've also got Lake Union Crew, not that far off, about a length open water behind Wintec and King Racing. So again, Wintec and King Racing here, kicking it up. You see the rowers start to look over at that California boat, but they are still having to look around quite a bit just because the California boat does appear to still have a good solid length lead. So Wintec King Racing certainly didn't make it easy for California. Keeping them honest, but California is still one length up. And this battle for first definitely has separated them from the Lake Union Crew in third. But you can see as we come to the line, California, Wintec, and King Racing followed up by Lake Union. So here we are back up at the start for the Women's Masters C8 Margie Fetter Graham Trophy. So Women's Masters C, age 43 to 49. Lane number 1, Long Beach. Lane number 2, College Club Seattle. Lane number 3, Alexandria. Lane number 4, Marin. Lane number 5, Rio Salado. Lane number 6, Zlack. And lane number 7, Seabase.
grand final. There's 7 crews in this race. Our early leader is Lane 1, Long Beach Rowing Association, followed by Lane 3, Alexandria Community Rowing, followed by Lane 4, Marin, then College Club in Lane 2, followed by Lane 6, Zlack Rowing Club. Then it's Lane 7, Seabase Rowing, and then Lane 6, check that, Lane 5, Rio Salado, bringing up that 7th position. This is the Women's Masters C, 8+. There's a lot of years of experience in these 7 crews of women's rowing. Well through 250 meters gone, pushing towards the 500 meter mark. Long Beach Rowing Association, Lane 1, has an 8-seat lead over Lane 2. That's College Club out of Seattle. They're up by about 2 seats to Lane 3. That's Alexandria Community Rowing. Then it's followed by Lane 6. That's Zlack Rowing Club, bringing up that 4th position. Then in Lane 7, Seabase Rowing. And in Lane 5, Rio Salado. 500 meters gone. Now 7 boats across. Those boats in the near lanes are appreciating the protection of the shore. These outside boats in lanes 5 through 7 are having to deal with a little bit more chop in this afternoon wind. As we push towards 750 down, Long Beach has opened up their lead. They're in Lane 1. They now have open water over Lane 2, College Club Seattle. Check that. Lane 3, Alexandria is our 2nd place boat. They're followed by Lane 2, College Club Seattle, who has about a 2-seat lead over Lane 4, Marin. Marin is holding off Lane 6. That's Zlack Rowing Club. Zlack has a 3-seat lead over Lane 7, Seabase. Seabase has a 3-seat lead over Lane 5, Rio Salado. Women's Masters C8, grand final, approaching 1,000 meters. Long Beach continues to extend their lead. They are now a boat and a half length open water to the crew in Lane 3. That's Alexandria Community Rowing. They're holding a 3-seat lead over College Club in Lane 2. College Club by 6 seats over Marin in Lane 4. Marin over Zlack Rowing in Lane 6. Zlack by a seat over Seabase in Lane 7, followed by Rio Salado Rowing Club in Lane 5. And that's our call from 1,000 meters.
There we go as we come through the Ingram Street Bridge, your leaders, Long Beach. Good control of this race right here. You can see it starts to get a little bit choppy. These women have a lot of experience out there. So still looks like holding in 2nd place, Alexandria, followed by College Club Seattle in 3rd, holding off a charge by Marin here in lane number 4 in the 4th spot. And then Marin just a few seats up over Zlack in lane 6. Then it's back to Seabase out in lane 7 as our 6th position, and then they're about half length up over Rio Salado. So again, your leaders closest to shore here, lane number 1, Long Beach. Really very comfortable. Now you can just see how everybody stayed pretty clumped together here. Still overlap between the crews. You do have that length lead by Long Beach, but then it is tight between lanes 3, Alexandria, and right next to them, lane 2, College Club Seattle. So really kind of a tight battle there. Alexandria appears to have the better of College Club Seattle for the moment, but it's still quite close here with about 600 meters to go. Then it goes out there to a tight race for your third, fourth, fifth spot between Marin, Zlak, and Seabase, followed by Rio Salado here in the seventh spot. All right, so coming in, last 300 meters. You can see that black flag is 250 meters to go. These athletes usually used to 1,000 meters here. This is tends to be a pretty long race for masters, but they are really enjoying some great conditions out there today. We've got Long Beach out there, lane number 1, your leader. Tight race for second place between Alexandria Community Rowing in lane number 3, and next to them in lane number 2, College Club Seattle. Looks like Alexandria, then College Club for the 2 and 3 spot. Then we're going to go out to Marin in lane 4. Looks like Marin is solidly in that 4th spot. Then it's going to go out to Zlak out there in lane number 6 in the 5th spot. And next to them, Seabase in 6, and then Rio Salado in 7. So here comes the College Club trying to get back on terms with Alexandria. Remember, early leaders were College Club 2nd, Alexandria 3rd. They flip-flop for Alexandria in 2nd and now in 3rd, but that is just a really tight battle for the 2nd position. So Long Beach clearly the class of the field today, and your winners are the Women's Masters C8 Margie Federer Graham Trophy Final. But a very tight battle here for that 2nd spot. Wow, too close to call. Looks like Alexandria, then College Club, but again, final results and official results will come up on herenow.com. Marin crossing in the 4th spot. We're going to go out to lane number 6, Zlak. Then Seabase. And Rio Salado. All right, underway, we've got the Men's Masters C8 Coach Dell Beakley Volunteer Cup Final. Lane number 1, Sammamish. Lane number 2, Marin. Lane number 3, San Diego. Lane number 4, Pocock. Lane number 5, Seabase. They're underway. And as our boat comes alongside, we'll go ahead and toss it out to Matt on the launch for the commentary. All right, so looks like as we wait till our boats and our commentators get back in position out on the water, it looks like our early leader is Sammamish, followed very closely by Marin. Very tight battle in lane 1 and lane 2 between those two crews. But it looks like Sammamish in lane 1. And then we're going to go back to, it looks like San Diego over... looks Looks like San Diego now over Marin rowing. So it's going to be out in front Sammamish, and the real battle here is for second place. View of San Diego over Marin at the moment, but it is very tight, very tight. We're within a stroke or two. So now coming into the screen, you can start to see Sammamish out there to a nice, probably half a length open water advantage. So half a length between their stern, half a length of an 8 between their stern and the bows of the other boat as we go through that 1,000-meter mark. So then it's just too tight to call. Throw a blanket across those 2 8s there between San Diego and Marin. So San Diego's still about 1 seat advantage over Marin, but then Marin 1 seat advantage over San Diego. So it's really a close battle between those two boats. Then it's going to come out to that far outside sea base. Apparently looks very tightly locked in battle with Pocock Racing. There's a shot of sea base. And now you can just see them as they come down the field here. It's that crew closest to us in lane number 1, Sammamish. Now, in the battle for second, it appears that Marin has just eked out ever so slightly an advantage over San Diego. I'd say about 2 seats from this vantage point here. But, of course, my vantage point is at the finish line tent watching the screen. So you guys can watch along and make your own decision on who's in second place. But there you go. Good shot of Sammamish. Sammamish, our leader right now. About 500 as they come up to 500 meters to go. This is a really tight battle, though. You see Marin in lane 2. You see San Diego in lane 3. Then it's going to go out to, in 4th place would be Seabase. And then rounding out the field is Pocock in lane number 4. Again, Marin looks to have a bit of an advantage over San Diego at the moment. About half a length from this vantage point, but again, still too early for us to count out San Diego because that was a heck of a battle between San Diego and Marin through this entire race course. They've had contact the whole way, trading first, second. But you've got Sammamish here easily up open water between their stern and the bow of Marin. And it looks like Marin now has pushed out to about half a length advantage over San Diego. And you know what? Marin Coxon is not looking over at San Diego anymore. The Marin Coxon is looking over at Sammamish. Must have called something. The crew has just increased their stroke rating by about 3 or 4 beats a minute here. So Marin is really trying to put a press into Sammamish. It's probably going to be a little too late in this race to make that push because Sammamish is just clearly out by about a length, almost 1 length open water at this point. But what has happened is San Diego Rowing Club's responded to Marin. Not going to quite catch Marin, though. Looks like Marin just hit the gas the last 500 meters, separated themselves from San Diego Rowing Club to be in the clear second position by about half a length over San Diego. So your leaders from the Seattle area, Sammamish, followed by Marin, San Diego, and then we're going to go out to lane 5, Seabase, and then to Pocock. Looks like out there on the start docks is the Women's Masters D8 Waddell and Reed Incorporated Cup. Masters D, age 50 to 54. So there we've got Seabase, Men's Masters C, 4th place crew. And you've got the Pocock Racing out of Seattle, rounding out the field in the Men's Masters 8. Okay, looks like we're still on the starting line. Now you can start to see that we have a little bit of wind out there at the starting line coming from onshore. That onshore wind is pushing the starboard side of those boats away. The San Diego Crew Classic would like to thank our media partners for helping make the 44th Regatta another successful event for San Diego. So here we go. The Women's Masters D8 in the starting blocks. Lane number 1, Marin. Lane number 2, San Diego. Lane number 3, Long Beach B. Lane number 4, Chinook. Lane number 5, River City. Lane number 6, White Rock. Lane number 7, Loveland. Lane number 8, Nashville. And they are off the line and underway.
They're followed by lane 5. That would be River City Rowing Club. Followed by lane 4 is our second place team. That's Chinook Performance Racing. They're followed by lane 2, San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 3, Long Beach Rowing Association in lane 3. Then lane 7, Loveland Rowing, followed by lane 5, River City Rowing Club. Then it's lane 6 is our 6th place team. That'd be 7th place team, the White Rock Boathouse. And then followed by Nashville Rowing in lane 8. This is the Women's Masters D8 Grand Final. 250 gone, pushing towards 500 meters. Coming up on 500 meters, and it's a battle for that first place position between Marin Aquatic Center in lane 1 and Chinook in lane 4. They are bow ball to bow ball. They are followed closely in lane 7 by Loveland Rowing. They have 2 seats on lane 5. That's River City Rowing Club. They have a seat on lane 2, San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego Rowing Club by 3 seats over lane 3, Long Beach Rowing Association, who has 4 seats over lane 6, White Rock Boathouse. And then Nashville Rowing bringing up that final 8th position. Well through 500 meters, pushing through the 750 mark. Our leader is now in lane 1, Marin, by a couple seats over Chinook. Chinook's out in lane 4. A little bit rougher water than Marin's appreciating in that near lane at lane 1. But those twos are going bow ball to bow ball for that first position. That's Chinook and Marin fighting for that first position. They're being challenged in an outside lane by lane 7. That's Loveland Rowing. Loveland by 6 seats over lane 5, River City. River City by a seat over lane 2, the San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego Rowing Club by a boat length over Long Beach. Long Beach in lane 3 has about a boat length over White Rock in lane 6. White Rock by about 2 boat lengths over Nashville Rowing in lane 8. Through 1,000 meters, it's Marin by a couple seats over Chinook. Only a couple seats. Chinook by a boat length by a boat length over Loveland. Loveland, then River City in lane 5. Then San Diego Rowing Club in lane 3. Then Long Beach Rowing Association, check that, San Diego Rowing Club in lane 2. Then Long Beach in lane 3. Then White Rock, then Nashville. That's our call from 1,000 meters. This is the Women's Masters D8 Grand Final.
There we go, coming into that final 1,000 meters, the Women's Masters D8 Waddell and Reed Incorporated Cup. Looks like you got a nice shot here, your close lane number 1, Marin. Marin in a tight battle with Chinook in lane number 4. Looks like Marin's pulled out to about half a length advantage over the Chinook crew in lane number 4. That's then followed by, we're going to go way outside to lane 7, Loveland for that 3rd spot. And we'll come back into River City in the 4th spot, then San Diego in 5th, Long Beach in 6, White Rock in 7, and Nashville in 8. So here we can start to see that spread. You can see down the bottom right-hand side of your screen, and for those of you here closest to shore, that's Marin in lane 1, and then we're going out to lane number 4 out there, Chinook as your 2nd place spot. So really, now that it's kind of Marin and Chinook's game here, they've separated themselves from the rest of the field. Marin, though, has separated themselves a little bit further from Chinook, so as they cross 500 meters to go. Looks like we've got Marin by a length, looking now to have 1 length of open water over Chinook. And then we go all the way out there to Loveland in lane number 7. You can see far left-hand side of your screen, and very far out there from shore, you've got Loveland in that 3rd spot at the moment. So really, Loveland trying to challenge Chinook. But I really think it's like Marin 1 length back to Chinook, 1 length back to Loveland in your 1st, 2nd, 3rd position. And then those 3 crews have probably separated themselves by a good 150 meters back to our next set of crews, which would be River City in 4, San Diego in 5, Long Beach in 6, White Rock in 7, and Nashville in the 8th spot. So here we come towards the finish line. About 250 meters to go for these crews. Again, 2,000-meter racing here at the San Diego Crew Classic. They do not reset their stake boats for Masters racing at this event. Masters go the full 2,000 meters. So big charge here by the Chinook crew in that lane number 4 out there, the blue uniform and the white boat. But it's your near boat, your near side here, Marin, out of the Bay Area. Your leaders in the Women's Masters D8 Waddell and Reed Incorporated Cup. So Marin by approximately 1 length. Followed by Chinook in the 2nd spot. And then Loveland out in lane number 7 in 3rd. Looks like San Diego came in the 4th spot. River City here in 5. Then we've got Long Beach, White Rock, and Nashville rounding out the field. All right, we joined the Men's Masters D8 Founders Trophy already in progress. Lane number 1, San Diego. Lane number 2, Marin. Lane number 3, San Diego Canoe and Kayak. And lane number 4, North Dakota.
Lane 1 and 3. Early leader through the first 250 meters, pushing to 250 meters, San Diego Canoe and Kayak Club. They have about 3 seats to the University of San Diego, who's in lane 1. University of San Diego alumni have about a 2-length open water lead to the crew in lane 4 in North Dakota, who has about a 2-seat lead over Marin in lane 2. Well through 750 is now San Diego Canoe and Kayak Club. Has about 8 seats to the University of San Diego alumni. They have about open water 2 lengths to North Dakota out in lane 4, who has about 3 seats over Marin in lane 2. Through 1,000 meters now, it's San Diego Canoe and Kayak by a boat length over the University of San Diego alumni in the near lane. Open water 2 lengths to North Dakota. North Dakota by 3 seats over Marin Rowing Association. That's the call, 1,000. It's San Diego Canoe and Kayak, followed by the University of San Diego alumni, then North Dakota and Marin. The Men's Masters D8 Grand Final.
So here we are coming into the final 1,000 meters of the Men's D8 Founders Trophy Final. Looks like we've got a battle within a battle, so kind of 2 duels out there. The first one for that lead spot between San Diego Canoe and Kayak. They've got about a 1-length advantage over San Diego. It seems like it's the University of San Diego alumni crew. So you can just see there that University of San Diego has contact with San Diego Canoe and Kayak's stern, but it's 1 full advantage, 1 full 8's length advantage for the San Diego Canoe and Kayak crowd. So then we've got a couple lengths back here to our second battle going on between North Dakota, who's got about a half a length to a length advantage over Marin. So here you can see it, the 2 closest boats to us here at the finish line, San Diego Canoe and Kayak in lane number 3, and University of San Diego alumni in lane number 1, kind of in your 1 and 2 spot. So San Diego Canoe and Kayak 1, University of San Diego alumni 2. And then we go all the way out to the outside lane, North Dakota in your 3rd spot, in a very tight battle with Marin. Again, kind of contact there between that North Dakota crew and that Marin crew, with Marin starting to come back on that North Dakota boat. As they kind of enter the sheltered area here, a little bit of an advantage to the inside lane. So we're going to be sitting watching this really tightly, because it looks like Marin's trying to come back on terms and take some seats out of North Dakota. But really, again, San Diego Canoe and Kayak out there by a good length over University of San Diego alumni in lane number 1. So that's battle number 1 out here for the championship of the Men's Masters D8 Founders Trophy Final. It looks like that margin we saw at the 1,000-meter mark has remained, with San Diego Canoe and Kayak really starting to crank it up towards the line here. Stroke ratings coming up a little bit. Boat speeds also increased. Clearing the puddles easily here as they take it in through the line. with San Diego here, that one length back. Followed by North Dakota and Marin. Concept 2 CTS offers 52 custom blade colors so you can be race ready. Available as single, solid colors. Concept 2 CTS now has a color for every crew. Newport Aquatic Center calms the waters on Mission Bay with the loan of their fleet of stillwater vessels. American Specialty Health founder George DeVries rode at Culver Military Academy and at UCSD. Thank you for your support. Enjoy the beach in your backyard at Campland on the Bay, a proud sponsor of the 44th anniversary of the San Diego Crew Classic. U.S. Rowing is the national governing body for the sport of rowing in the United States. It serves to promote the sport on all levels of competition, including the selection and training of those who represent the U.S. at the international level. The San Diego Crew Classic would like to thank the David C. Copley Foundation for their continued support of rowing and this event. Also a plea that if you have found a set of Toyota Prius car keys on a red elastic band, please turn them in to the information booth. Our penultimate event, the Women's Masters E8 Carney Johnson Cup. The E8 representing age groups 55 to 59. In lane number 1, Chinook. Lane number 2, Lake Union. Lane number 3, Marin. Lane number 4, College Club Seattle. Lane number 5, Rio Salado. And lane number 6, East Bay.
Event 116, this is the Women's Masters E8 Grand Final. We have 6 crews in this race. The leader after 200 meters gone is lane 1, that's Chinook Performance Racing. They're followed closely up by 3 seats to lane 2, that'd be Lake Union crew. Lake Union followed closely by lane 5, Rio Salado. Rio Salado being shadowed in lane 4 by College Club, then Marin in lane 3, and then East Bay in lane 6. All crews cleanly out of the blocks well through the first 250 meters now. Approaching that 500 meter mark. Chinook Performance Racing in lane 1 is our leader by 3 seats over Lake Union, lane 2. Then Rio Salado in lane 5 in that 3rd position, trying to hold off both Marin and College Club. College Club in lane 4 and Marin in lane 3. And then East Bay Rowing Club in lane 6. .500 meters gone. All 6 crews rowing comfortably at moving into the protection of the shore of Ski Beach. Although the outer lanes aren't appreciating much of that protection, it's lanes 1 through 3 that really do appreciate that. Calm, protected lanes. Working our way up to 750 meters gone. Chinook, who has led out of the blocks, is still our leader with about 3-seat lead over Lake Union Crew in that second lane. Lake Union Crew has about a boat length on Rio Salado in lane 5. Rio Salado by 3 seats over Marin in lane 3. Marin has taken a 3-seat lead on the crew in lane 4. That'd be College Club Seattle. And then East Bay Rowing Club in lane 6 to round out our field of 6 crews. This is the Women's Masters E8 grand final. Approaching the 1,000-meter mark, Chinook continues to be our leader, but only by about 4 to 5 seats over Lake Union. This is going to be anybody's boat race. Lake Union by open water over Rio Salado out in lane 5. Rio Salado, then Marin. Looks like Marin has made a move into that 3rd position. They have nosed out Rio Salado for that 3rd position by a seat. Then behind Rio Salado by 2 seats down is the crew College Club in lane 4, and then East Bay in lane 6. At 12:50, Chinook, Lake Union, Marin, Rio Salado, College Club, then East Bay. That's our call from 12:50.
All right, so as we take it through the Ingram Street opening here, it looks like we've got Chinook, that lane number 1 crew, making a move and starting to pull away a bit from Lake Union in the 2nd spot. Looks like Chinook has themselves now a full-length advantage, with the coxswain looking over to their right and seeing the bow number of that Lake Union crew in lane number 2. We then kick back to lane number 3, Marin, and now it looks like we have a shot of the screen here of lane number 4, Rio Salado, and their battle with College Club. Looks like Rio Salado a few seats up over College Club for the 4th and 5th spot. Another good shot of your leaders here. Chinook in lane number 1, followed by Lake Union in lane number 2. Again, Chinook doing quite well here. We're coming up into that final 500 meters. Again, bit of a longer race than normal for our Masters crews out here, this being 2,000 meters, and the typical Masters distance is just 1,000. So kind of for an early spring race, a bit of a lengthy one. Still, nice tight battle here is what you see for places 3, 4, and 5. Looks like Marin just a few seats up over Rio Salado in lane 5, followed closely by College Club. Still anybody's race for that 3rd position. So now when we take the nice wide shot here from the finish tower, it looks like we've got, as you can see, lower right-hand corner, and for those of you who are out there on the shore, closest to shore, is lane number 1, Chinook, your leader by about a length, up over the Lake Union crew. The Lake Union crew, again, has about a length or even a little bit of maybe half a length of open water back to spots 3, 4, and 5, and there is where the battle is happening in this race. So what we've got is Marin in lane 3, slight advantage over Rio Salado out there in lane number 5, but it looks like College Club is right in the thick of it as well. So what you've got is here's Lake Union starting to take a bit of a move, really just kicked up the stroke rating a couple of beats a minute. You can see them cranking it towards the line, trying to eat back into that lead by Chinook. But Chinook responds. Coxswain looks over to their right, sees the move by Lake Union, and really just keeps that 1-length advantage. So Chinook 1 length over Lake Union. And then, whew, there you go. There, your battle is for it's for third, fourth, and fifth here. So you've got Marin, you've got College Crew, and you've got Rio Salado. Right now, it looks to be in that order. But a big push by the College Club crew in lane number 4 has started to eat into that third place position by Marin. Remember, College Club came off the line in third place with Marin in fourth, so it's been a bit of back and forth between Marin and College Club throughout this whole race. But here we'll focus on the Women's Masters E8 Carney Johnson Cup champions. So Chinook and Lake Union clear through. Then a very close battle, but it does look like it's Marin in 3. No, scratch that. Looks like College Club did come back through Marin and ended up getting them there at the line for that third position. Again, though, that's unofficial. That is an unofficial result from the finish camera angle. You're going to have to go to herenow.com for the official results. And we go out to Rio Salado. All right, here we go. Final event of the day, Men's Masters E8 Stewards Cup, 2017 San Diego Crew Classic final event. Lane number 1, Kent Mitchell. Lane number 2, Cambridge. Lane number 3, Rocky Mountain. Lane number 4, Chinook. Lane number 5, San Diego. And lane number 6, Rio Salado. Let's pass it out to Matt in the launch for the play-by-play.
50, it's Kent Mitchell by 6 seats over Cambridge Boat Club, by 6 seats over Rocky Mountain Rowing Club, by a boat length over Chinook Performance Racing. Chinook Performance Racing has about a 2-boat lead, open water boat lead over Rio Salado. Rio Salado by 6 seats over San Diego Rowing Club. This is the Men's Masters E Grand Final. As we approach 1,000 meters, Kent Mitchell has opened up their lead to a little bit of open water over Cambridge Boat Club. Cambridge Boat Club trying to hold off a challenge now by the crew in lane 3. That's Rocky Mountain Rowing Club. They are 6 seats down to Cambridge. On their stern is the crew in lane 4, Chinook Performance Racing. They are challenging for that third position. Then it's Rio Salado and the San Diego Rowing Club, lanes 6 and 5. Approaching 1,250 meters, it's Kent Mitchell, then Cambridge Boat Club, then Rocky Mountain Rowing Club, Chinook Performance Racing, Rio Salado Rowing Club, San Diego Rowing Club. That's our call from 1,250 meters of the final event, 117 Men's Masters E Grand Final.
So final event of the day here, everyone. Head on down to the beach, capture the last action of the San Diego Crew Classic. So it looks like your leaders here, Kent Mitchell in that first position, that yellow boat closest to shore, followed by second place, Cambridge. Now, the crew right now battling them for that second position, Rocky Mountain. A little bit of a story for Rocky Mountain, and probably one of the coolest things I've heard at this regatta so far. This is the 25th consecutive year at the San Diego Crew Classic for the Rocky Mountain Rowing Club. So here's a group of guys that started with this idea 25 years ago. Hey, let's go race the Masters A event. So started as Masters A 25 years ago, and every consecutive year has come back to the Crew Classic. They're now racing as Master E. So pretty cool story here. It's awesome that this is a lifelong sport and one you can be still extremely quick at even later in your years. So these 55 to 59-year-old gentlemen from the Kent Mitchell Rowing Club are putting on the show for us today here in lane number 1. Your clear leaders by a length over Cambridge. Cambridge up a length over Rocky Mountain in that third spot. Then we go to Chinook in 4, Rio Salado in 5, and San Diego in 6. So there you get a nice shot of the field as they come into the final 250 meters of this regatta. Last racing of the day, Men's Masters 8, Stewards Cup. Kent Mitchell in the close lane, that yellow boat from Germany. Followed by Cambridge in that second spot, about a length back. Maybe even half a length of open water between Kent Mitchell back to Cambridge, who's got about a half length open water back to Rocky Mountain, who's got about a half length open back to Chinook. So kind of just in lane order here, Kent Mitchell, Cambridge, Rocky Mountain, and Chinook for your first 4 spots. But a great row. There's Kent Mitchell, your champions. Cambridge crossing the line. Rocky Mountain in 3rd place. Chinook in 4th. Then we've got Rio Salado here in the 5th spot. And rounding out the field, San Diego Rowing Club. So thank you, everybody, for joining us, the 44th Annual San Diego Crew Classic, the 2K on the Bay. Again, once again, join us next year. This is always a wonderful event. Thank you to everyone who made it possible, and thank you for your help and support. Also want to give you a quick thanks to all the volunteers who came out here. This event cannot be possible without all the different individuals who volunteer their time, both at the finish line, out in the launches, getting lunches to everybody. So thank you very much for your support, and we'll see you again next year.